Well, my mother wanted me to go to Ohio State because she had gone to Ohio State. No, I don't want to go to Ohio State. Why? I just don't want to go to Ohio State. I'd rather go to Miami. Okay, if that's where you want to go. And they had a friend, the Goldbergs. Their son, Goldberg's son, went to Miami, and he liked it. So that was a big part. Then another friend, the Glicks, their son went to Miami. So they got on the phone. Your son goes to Miami, doesn't he? Yeah, how does he like it? Oh, he loves it. He loves it. Great school. And I didn't know anything about the School of Business or anything else, but I'm looking through the thing. What do they have? School of Architecture. Well, I can draw, mechanical drawing, and ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. I'm going to enroll in the School of Architecture. That was made the application, and I was accepted in the School of Architecture, 5-year program, and I'll become an architect. I won't go into the damn wrecking business. Or I can use it as an excuse. If I wind up in the wrecking business, be good background for the wrecking business. That clicked with my father. He says, oh, you're going to go to architecture school? He says, that'd be good for the wrecking business. And you got a job at Cuyahoga Wrecking Company. Even though he hated it, he thought it wouldn't be bad that I could go to work there. And I would be a SOG working there, so I would get into the upper set. Okay, so I enroll and go down there in February. I started Miami University. And my friend Hirschfield is down there. And they have Rush. They have second semester Rush for fraternities. And Hirschfield goes through Rush. And they had a big amount of Jewish kids. And Hirschfield tries to rush ZBT. And he doesn't get in. And he's really rejected. He just thought that was the end of the world as far as he was concerned. And he's going to drop out of Miami. And several other kids, guys, didn't get in. I mean, they had Rush. They could take 20 pledges, and they had 60 candidates, which meant they could take 1/3 of the Jewish boys that came through Rush. They could take them in ZBT. The other 2/3 couldn't get in. So some joined that time. Some joined the Gentile fraternities, and some transferred out. Hirschfield transfers out. He transfers out to Case Western Reserve, or just Western Reserve. And I'm there. Now I come home that summer, and I go back to school in the fall, and it's second semester, and they have second semester Rush. And at this time already, I'm working at the radio station, and I'm doing pretty good at the radio station. I did not go out on a date my whole first semester freshman year. Did not have a date with a girl, because all the girls want to go out with upperclassmen. Now it's Rush time, and I get called from ZBT. They want to have a Coke date, so they called it. You met 2 or 3 frauders at a coffee shop somewhere, and you have a Coke, and they interview you. So they interviewed me. Where are you from? Oh, Cleveland Heights. Where you went to school? Cleveland Heights, yeah. Oh, you're from Cleveland Heights, okay. Not from Shaker, are you? No, not from Shaker. And I don't think that was any particular reason, because there are a lot of Heights kids in it. But they start passing out pledge pins. I don't get a pledge pin. I don't get asked. Well, we can't take any more. We got 60 guys coming through here. We can only take 20. We can only take so many. Sorry, we cannot take you. Try again next semester. Okay. So I was a bit dejected. And I got together. There were a bunch of guys. There were 4 or 5 guys that were also rejected. One of which was a fellow from Cleveland. His name was Ted Cohn. So Ted and I were somewhat friends. And he didn't get asked. And we were talking one day, and he says, what we ought to do is we ought to start another Jewish fraternity here. This school needs a Jewish fraternity. Well, I don't feel like doing stuff like that. I mean, architecture takes a lot of time. And then, first thing I know, he's got 3 or 4 guys. They all get together. We're having a meeting. A bunch of guys. We want to talk about starting a fraternity. We want you to come and join the group, see what you think of it. So I go there, and they're all a bunch of nice guys, real nice guys. And they form a committee. So it's Ted Cohn and I and somebody else. We go to see the Dean of Men to see what we could do about starting a fraternity. So we go to the Dean of Men, who was the classic anti-Semite. I mean, this guy, I don't think he ever knew a Jew in his life. No, I guess he did, but he says, oh, that would be good if you had a Jewish preference fraternity. That's what he called it, a Jewish preference fraternity. You guys could start a Jewish preference fraternity. That would be good on this campus. Well, what do we have to do? Well, the rules are this. You have to be a local fraternity for 3 years. And if you can exist as a local fraternity, we will allow you to look at a national. Well, what national? He says, oh, we have ZBT here, who is very good nationally, and the other very good fraternity is SAMI, the Sigma Alpha Mu. He says, I would love to have a Sigma Alpha Mu chapter here, but we can't right now. Why can't you? There was a big scandal at the University of Cincinnati. There was a SAMI chapter, and of all things, they got a girl drunk, and they found her on the second floor of the SAMI house. So the SAMIs were thrown off of the campus at Cincinnati. Oxford, where Miami University is 30 miles from Cincinnati. So every morning we get the newspaper. It was a Cincinnati newspaper. Didn't have an Oxford newspaper. So this scandal, headlines of the Cincinnati paper, fraternity thrown off campus. Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity was expelled from the campus. And the dean says, that is so bad that we're afraid of there'll be a backlash if we start a SAMI chapter. So you got to find another Jewish fraternity, a Jewish preference fraternity. And call up my mother. Mother, you went to Ohio State. Yeah. What were the good Jewish fraternities at Ohio State? She said, well, the best fraternity at Ohio State was the SAMIs. I says, well, they're out. What's the next best? ZBT. Well, they're here already. She says, and there's the next on the line was Phi Sigma Delta. Oh? She said, they were a nice fraternity. Okay. So we go back to the Dean of Men. On my mother's recommendation, go back to the Dean of Men. How about if we become Phi Sigma Delta? He says, that'd be all right. I says, well, how do we get in touch with him? He says, I'll get you the address. So we get an address, a phone number, and we call up Phi Sigma Delta. And all of the Jewish fraternities wanted to come to Miami because it's the mother of fraternities. Sigma Chi was founded at Miami. Phi Delta Theta, Beta Theta Pi, and Phi Delta Theta. I don't know. Were all founded at Miami. Miami had the headquarters for some of these fraternities. It was the mother of fraternities. And the only Jewish fraternity is ZBT. So they all wanted to come there. So we call them up, and I get this guy on the phone, Babe Lewin. He's the field secretary for Phi Sigma Delta. I says, we're thinking about becoming a Phi Sig chapter. I'll be there tomorrow. I says, well, he says, I want to come out there and talk to you guys. If you think you're interested, I want to talk to you. So, okay, come on out. I get him a room at the hotel, and 2 days later, he took a train to Cincinnati and a bus from Cincinnati to Oxford. He got there, and this little Jewish guy comes in with a suitcase. I remember I picked him up at the bus station, and by this time, Ted and I are the two leaders of this group. How I became a leader, I don't know. I pick him up at the bus station, take him up to his room. He gets up to his room. He throws the suitcase on the bed. He opens the suitcase and takes out a bottle of bourbon. Pours in, you want a drink? No. Takes a drink of bourbon. It was a shicker. And he traveled on the road because he couldn't. The headquarters were in New York. He couldn't drink in New York, but as long as he was out on the road with fraternity boys, he could drink all he wanted to, and so he gets all shickered up, and he tells us all about Phi Sigma Delta, how to lay out a fraternity, what we have to do to lay out a fraternity, and the president is called the Master Frater, and the vice president is the Vice Master Frater, and the treasurer is the exchequer. And he shows us some ritual stuff and everything. So we decide we're going to start. Now already the semester's over with. Okay, we say goodbye to the dean, and we said we'll see you in the fall. We came home, and most of the guys were from Cleveland. So we met during the summer, planning what we would do as a fraternity. Meantime, I'm in architecture, so I get an apartment uptown, and I sign a 4-year lease. I'll be there the whole time while I'm in the School of Architecture. It would be a studio. It was real neat. It was an old house, and it had a garret. You know what a garret is? In a big house. And I could put my drawing board in the garret thing there, room by myself, and do good in architecture. And meantime, in the summertime, we get together with all these guys, and we start planning, what are we going to do? And at the same time, I call up Mylan Carlin, the Melrose Dance Band. I said, I'm back in town. We got some jobs. What are we going to do? This was the band that I started. Sorry, Nate, you're out. We found somebody else. We're a 5-piece band. We don't have room for you in the band. Your history. Okay. So I went and I found a couple of guys that went to Brush. This one guy played the accordion, and one guy played saxophone and flute, and I played string bass and guitar. And my parents belonged to a swim club called the Lakeshore Swim Club. It was in Bratnall, where Bratnall Place is today. And it was a swim club. In those days, if you didn't belong to a country club, you could join a swim club. So my parents had joined that swim club and joined there, and I talked to the owner, and I said, there's a lot of kids here on Sunday, and it'd really be neat if you had a band here. The kids could jitterbug on the lawn and give them some entertainment by the pool. He says, that's a hell of an idea. You know of a band? I said, yeah, I have a band. He says, what's it called? I says, the Nate Arnold Combo. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. If you guys would come here Sunday, I'll try you out, see how it is. So I went down to the music store and I bought a music stand. Remember bands always had music stands in front of all the musicians? Well, I bought one, a high stand, and went to a store and bought letters that I pasted on there and said, Nate Arnold Combo. And we got together with this accordion player and this sax player. Sunday afternoon they were available. What are you going to charge? No, $30. Okay, you each get $10. Play for 2 hours. So we did, and the whole summer, and the next summer, I don't know, maybe 3 summers, I had this gig every Sunday at Lakeshore Country Club. Plus, we used to pass out our cards, and they would have parties and stuff like that. So we'd get Saturday night jobs, play there Sunday. Made a lot of money doing that. It was very good. And I even joined a band down at Miami. Remember, I had a bass fiddle, the stand-up bass, and I had to ship it down to Oxford. I couldn't carry it down there. So I'm working at Cuyahoga Wrecking Company. I get some used lumber. I built a crate for the bass fiddle. I crated it up, took a company truck and went over to UPS. They had my name scratched on there and my apartment. This woman, she didn't know what was happening. UPS pulled up down there in Oxford, takes out this, looked like a coffin. They take out this coffin to Nate Arnold, care of Mrs. Worley's rooming house in Oxford. But she almost threw me out at that.
So that's how you...
Saturday night?
Yeah, you played. I mean, during the summers, that's a great... And do you still have the same car?
Oh, no, that was 1950.
Yeah, that's gone?
Oh, yeah, long gone. Okay, another thing with the car was I had to teach my mother how to drive. My father couldn't teach her. She flunked 4 times. So I took her out on a road, and I had the stick shift car, and she could drive it. I taught her how to drive it. She got her driver's license. Well, now that she got her driver's license and could drive, and I couldn't have a car at school. We weren't allowed to have cars down there. So she needed a car, and it was back to him driving her again. So I taught her how to drive. She got her driver's license, and he went and he took my car and went to Blau Shield Chevrolet and bought her a brand new Chevy convertible, which when he bought it for her, it was her car to use, but during the summers, I could use it for dates. And I had free use of the company pickup truck. I had a pickup truck at my disposal. It was a lot of fun. And then my father bought a used station wagon for getting around the wrecking jobs with. He let me use that to drive home. Well, I drove it home, and it was my car, sort of, but it was a company car. And I took a piece of cardboard and made signs for the back of this station wagon, and I used to haul the band around in that. So that was a big part of my life, was the band. And met with these guys, and we were talking about the fraternity, and we really needed it. We go back to school. I go to the Dean of Men, and I said, we think that we want to apply to Sigma Alpha, or to Phi Delta Theta. We want to apply to them to become a fraternity at Miami. He says, well, that's good, but you got to be a local first. You got to be a local. You have to pick a name, pick letters, fraternity letters, and have a ritual. Well, our ritual will be the same as Phi Sigma Delta. And during this time, I get elected Master Frater, president. So I was president of the local. And we get down to school, and we're there maybe 3 weeks. I get a call from Phi Sig headquarters from this Bay Lewin. He says, we got you another member. Oh, what's that? There's a fella, his name is Bob Wenz, W-E-N-Z, and he's a pledge at our Phi Sig chapter at C.W. Post College on Long Island, and he's being transferred to Miami University because he got a scholarship, a full scholarship from the Navy ROTC scholarship. So he's coming down there, and I think he would be a good person to have in your house, and he's already pledged Phi Sig, but he didn't go active. Okay, so a guy comes down, and so he comes to school there, and I meet him. Nice guy, good-looking guy, smart, and he's gung-ho. You'll be a Phi Sig chapter. I want to be a part of it. I want to be a Phi Sig. My father was a Phi Sig. I want to be a Phi Sig. Blah, 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 blah. So he joins, and he had a lot of skills in organizing. And Bob and I organized the local. And not only we organize it, but we have guts. We went out and rented a house in Oxford. Rented this terrible old house, 3-bedroom house. And Bob came up with an idea. There was one clothing store. Well, there were 3 clothing stores in Oxford. One clothing store was owned by a Jewish guy. Jack Samuelson owned a store called Jack's Corners. He says, we ought to talk to Jack and see if he would be our sponsor, our head, adult sponsor. So we went and we talked to him. And Jack, young fella, he was 30 years old. he hated the ZBTs because he had pledged ZBT at Indiana University and dropped out. He never went active. So he hated the ZBTs and thought it would be a good idea to have a Jewish fraternity there. So he says, I'll work with you guys. And we set up a meeting with him and the Dean of Men. The Dean of Men liked the idea that we had an older person advising us. And Jack co-signed the lease on this house, this 3-bedroom house. And we hung up we had to get ourselves a name. Well, the Dean of Men says you have to have a ritual so the name fits in with the ritual. Well, we don't want a ritual. We want a name. We want more than anything else, a fraternity pin. So how do you get a fraternity pin? They have national companies that make up these fraternity pins, but they stamp out 500 at a time. We had 20 members, or not even 20 members. Well, we had 15 members, 10 or 15 members. We go up to the jewelry store, and I talked to the jeweler up there, and he's making up what is called lavaliers. This is to a girl. If you're in a fraternity, if you're ZBT, they take a piece of gold-plated metal, and they scratch out ZBT, they cut it out, and it becomes the letters are like pasted together, and the girls wear them, and that's called being lavaliered. So could you do it horizontally instead of vertically? Could you make them up horizontally? Yes. Tell me the letters. Now we got to sit down and figure out the letters. And we figure out that if we take first of all, we want them all Greek letters. We want it to be really Greek. So we come up with 3 letters, sigma, phi, omega. And we lay them out and make it a horizontal. And this guy makes this thing up. And he puts a clip on the back and everything. It's just like a regular fraternity pin. It was perfect. Okay. So we said to the dean, well, now we want to apply to the Interfraternity Council, become a local fraternity here. So we'll start our process. He said, fine, draw up your petition. So we draw up our petition to join the Interfraternity Council as Sigma Phi Omega. Fraternity Council votes us down. Why do they vote us down? There's a Gentile fraternity called Sigma Phi Epsilon. And they're afraid that we would sound too much like the Sigma Phi Epsilons and we'd be Sigma Phi Omega. So unless you can change your name, we don't want you. And they rejected us. Meantime, I had tried to get into ZBT and was rejected again. So I knew I was never going to get into ZBT.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so this jeweler says he can put any letters we want, and we can't be Sigma Phi Omega. So we need another Greek letter that will fit on the way he's going to make up the pin. So these letters have to intertwine. And we had one fellow who was an architecture major, very good in design, and he says, let me work on it. And he comes up with the idea that a K, letter K, would fit perfectly against the phi, and Kappa Phi Omega. Although Kappa is not a Greek letter, it would still work for us. So he could make up a pin. He could design a pin for Kappa Phi Omega. Okay, so now we throw out all our old applications and fill out a new application for Kappa Phi Omega. And the Interfraternity Council approves us. So we are now a fraternity on Miami's campus. We are the alpha chapter of Kappa Phi Omega fraternity. And we called ourselves Master Frater, Vice Master Frater, and everything, like Phi Sig. And something happened with Phi Sig. I think this guy got fired for being a drunk. I don't know. Well, it went down the tubes. And the Dean of Men says, why don't you call up Sammy? And even if you have to wait 3 years, if you become Sammy, you'll do much better. You'll be right on a league with ZBT. And he says, I think you should become Sammy. So we call up Sammy chapter, or Sammy headquarters in New York. And, of course, they're out there the next day. This field secretary, Bill Schwartz, comes out, and he starts telling us about Sammy, that they will help us in any way we can. And they will even go underground and finance us as Kappa Phi Omega. They will help finance us and slip us money under the table to get us started. And I take him out with Jack Samuelson, the guy that owned the men's clothing store, and the two of them hit it off real well. And Jack says, "You guys, you're damn fools if you become Phi Sig. You should become Sammy." And the other one that was starting to court us was AE Pi. Now, AE Pi is a good fraternity. And they started to call us up, and they sent out a field secretary to talk to us. Well, we were so enamored with Sammy, we said, well, we'll listen to him, whatever. And we're in this old, lousy house. We need a bigger house. And Wenz and I started searching around. We found a real estate agent in Oxford, and he finds this house right across the street from the main campus, right across the street from the McGuffey School, a big old mansion. And it was the Minnick mansion where Dean Minnick lived. And he says, Dean Minnick died a number of years ago, and Mrs. Minnick lives there with her daughter, lives in that house. And they got to get rid of that house. They haven't put it on the market yet, but they got to get rid of that house sooner or later. So why don't you guys see what you can do? So Wenz and I go over there, and we had guts. I mean, here I am, a sophomore in college, and I go with this Wenz kid. We ring the doorbell, and this woman comes out, a crotchety old woman. She's Mrs. Keene. I said, we understand your house is for sale. Oh, no, we'll never sell this house. Mama lives here, and Mama will be here until she dies. I said, how old's Mama? She's 94. Oh, well, we are very interested in your house. Only from the outside. We've never been in it. But we're looking around as we're there. We're looking around. It has big rooms on the first floor, and it has like 6 or 8 bedrooms in it. And you can add on to it. And it had all the trimmings that we would need for a fraternity house. And so we said, well, keep us in mind if anything you ever decide to sell. It wasn't but 1 month later, we hear Mrs. Minnick, the wife of the dean, dies, and her daughter is living in the house by herself. And the real estate agent calls us up. He says, I think that house is going to be ready to go. Okay, so we go over. So what was the year? It's 1958. It was 1958, yeah. We go over there and we get a tour of the house. Oh man, we're just ecstatic. Would this be a great place? So Mrs. Keene is there. This is Mrs. Minnick's daughter, and she's a widow. She's living in this house, and she has a house next door that's smaller, but it's a nice house. And she says, well, I guess I could move into the house next door and sell you guys this house. Well, if you were going to sell it, what would you want for the house? Oh, I suppose probably $25,000, which those days was a lot of money for a house. Yeah, about $25,000. We talked to the real estate agent. We're very interested. We call up Sammy. We can buy a house that will really serve our purposes. Good location, really sharp, for $25,000. He says, I'll be out next week to talk to you. And he meets with her, and he says, we'll get you the money. We'll get you the mortgage. We can get you a mortgage on this house. And so she said, well, I have to talk to my daughter and my son-in-law. My son-in-law is an attorney, and we'll have to find out. Now, what's the name of your fraternity? Sigma Alpha Mu. She writes it down, Sigma Alpha Mu. And where are you from? Out of New York. Da-da-da-da-da. She calls us up. She says, I talked to my son-in-law, and he's willing to sell the house. The price is $27,500. He did a little investigating, found out that Sammy was a Jewish fraternity. Up with the price. Now, it's only $2,500 more, $3,000 more than what we had talked about, without even making an offer. But the advice came down from the guy that owned the clothing store and from Sammy. Grab it. Don't worry about the extra $2,500. Grab it. The heck with them. So they work out a deal where Jack Samuelson from the clothing store and Sammy form a corporation together and buy the house and rent it to Kappa Phi Omega. So now we're being rented. Sigma Alpha Mu and Jack are paying the mortgage on the house. And we got no money. But we build a sign and we're there. And we came back from the following summer vacation. And we went to, we had $300 in our treasury. So we went to Hamilton, Ohio. We drove into Hamilton. Jack says, go to Benny Strauss's bargain furniture store. He says, I know Benny, belongs to my temple. Okay? And we go there, and Strauss Furniture, we tell him we want to start this fraternity, and we need some furniture for the living room. He says, well, let's walk through the warehouse. See this couch over here? $50 for this couch. See that love seat over there? $25. This chair, $50. Whatever. Comes up with $400 worth of furniture for the living room, and we got $300. So we tell them, we're Jewish kids. We got to have furniture. We got $300. I'll take the $300. Remember, almost chewed off his cigar. So they delivered all the furniture. We needed desks for the room. So somebody got the bright idea, go down to Miami Lumber Company and see if they have any flush doors. And he said, all you need to do is you take a flush door and you buy some cement blocks. You pile up the blocks, put the flush door on top of the blocks, put a block on top, and you have a flat desk. So the guy at Miami Lumber says, I'll tell you what, I got a bunch of doors here that we were doing for a house, and they canceled the order on us. And we had drilled a hole for the knob. Every one of them has a hole drilled in the side of it. And we don't care. So we bought a dozen doors. All of them had this hole. Well, the hole was perfect. You ran your wire through there up to the lamp on the desk. Now you had a nice desk in a room, and we set it up in such a way that two boys could share the desks. But we need bunk beds. Dina Men says, they're storing old cots from when this was used by the Navy during World War II. They have a whole bunch of cots and mattresses down in a storeroom. Get a hold of this guy. He writes down the name. You call the guy, and he says, yeah, we have all those bunk beds and mattresses that in case the school grows too much and we need temporary beds, we have them. But we just sell a dozen of them. Oh, yeah. Hell, we got 300 of them. We'll sell you a dozen of them. How much you want for them? Oh, $20 a piece. So we buy all these old Navy cots, painted them up, threw a mattress on there, and beat the dust out of them, and put a sheet over them. And we got all done. We had a furnished fraternity house. And we schmeicheled here and a little something there. And
can you rent the rooms out to people?
Go to the fraternity. We'll move
Do they pay to live there?
The fraternity does, yeah.
So you can make money off of it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the guys, whatever you pay in the dorm, that's what you pay in the fraternity house. Fraternities were kind of pledged to charge the same thing. They couldn't charge less than a dormitory. If the dormitory room for the semester was $500, you couldn't rent these out for $400. unfair practices. You had to rent it for at least $500. If you want more, that's up to you, or whatever the amount was. So we moved the whole fraternity into the fraternity house. Now we got to cook. You got to feed everybody. So we found a restaurant down the street. Yeah, it was a half-assed restaurant. And we went out and we told this guy what we were doing. He says, well, I'll tell you what, we'll make you a meal club. We'll make you up tickets. And they'll punch the tickets, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they'll buy the meal tickets by the month. And so you go down there and they punch your ticket and you get your meals there. That was our boarding club. Then we eventually moved to a better restaurant uptown with the same idea. So we had food, shelter, a place for a meeting, and a good-looking fraternity house. And I think we painted it ourselves and did all the repair work ourselves. Did everything we needed to do on there. And Mrs. Keene moves next door. And now we're going to have parties every Saturday night. We're going to have a party at the fraternity, and we have to have a house mother. Who do we get for a house mother? Jack's mother. She was still alive at the time, and this nice old Jewish lady lived in College Corner, Indiana, which was 6 miles from Oxford. And we asked her if she would become our house mother. She said yes. And so she was very strict, but she became our house mother. And we weren't allowed to have booze or anything there. But we did it, and we started having parties. Have a party. And at Miami, they had a woman who was called the social director. And her job was to go around to all the fraternity houses on Saturday night. She would go to, not all of them, she made me go to 3 or 4, but different ones each Saturday night. She would go there, and she would tell them that she's coming that Saturday night, sometime during the night. And if she catches them with liquor, or she catches a girl on the floor upstairs, you're off campus. So, of course, first thing we do is we put in a switch by the front door, put a switch that went downstairs to the basement. We took the basement, we painted all the walls black, the ceiling black, the floors black, threw some of the old mattresses down there and straw, and one red light over in the corner. And that was the passion pit. So you went down there to do whatever you wanted to, and all they had was one red light over in the corner.
You got a speakeasy.
Yeah, well, it's just like a speakeasy.
It's just a warning that they're coming in during Prohibition.
Yeah, well, and then we had this other red light, a flashing red light. So when the social director would come to our house, she would rap at the door, and the guy would open the door. Oh, this is Dome. Oh, come on in. You go over, flip the light. Flip the light, all the lights went on down there, and they were down there drinking Coca-Cola, and we never got caught. Yeah, we
change the battery. Okay.
So now Mrs. Samuelson cannot come Saturday night to be our house mother, and we need to get a house mother. So one had a woman professor, and her name was Miss Kimmen. Can you imagine a name like that? Miss Kimmen. Miss Kimmen was her last name. So he says, well, I have Miss Kimmen for English, and I could talk to her. I bet she'd make a good house mother for chaperone for a party. And we hired her for the Saturday night, and this woman comes to be our house mother. I'll never forget, she walks in. Oh, how are you, Miss Kimmen? She says, no, it's Miss Kimmen. Oh, my God. Well, that was the end of her. But somebody gets a brilliant idea. We got this Mrs. Keene living next door. And we had gotten to know her now. The guys would go over to her house sometimes and sit on her front porch. And she was a lot of fun. She was a fun old lady. To us, she was an old bag. She was probably only about 50-something, but to us, she was an old bag. And so I remember it was Roger Roman says, why don't we talk to Mrs. Keene and get her to come? Mrs. Samuelson couldn't come the following Saturday night. Get her to come to our party and be our chaperone. Okay. So we call her up. We ask her, would you come? Oh, absolutely. What kind of party is it? Well, in those days, you had a different party every week, and you had theme parties. One of the great theme parties was a Roaring Twenties party. We'd all dress up like we were Roaring Twenties. The women would dress up as flappers. The men would wear white pants and white shoes, and we had straw hats, and it would be a Roaring Twenties party. And we had all kinds of things. I remember we had a West Side Story party. We all dressed up as hoods from West Side Story, the play. But anyway, it was a Roaring Twenties party. So we tell her, it's a Roaring Twenties party. Can you figure out a costume to wear? It would be neat if you could. But if you don't, it's okay too. She says, no, I think I have a costume I'd wear. She talked just like this. So I think Wenz and I went over to pick her up that night. Saturday night, 7:30. We trot over next door, ring the doorbell. Mrs. Keene comes to the door. We almost fainted. She comes to the door. She's wearing a flapper dress with beads. She's got a hat with a big feather going out of it here. And she says, is this costume okay? And she picks up her skirt, and she had a fifth of gin, not a fifth, a flask of gin strapped to her upper thigh. I says, what's that? Well, that's my gin. Okay. She straps it on, pulls her dress down, and she comes running over, romping over with us. She walked in, everybody went bananas. I mean, she looked the part. And we had such a fabulous time. She was downstairs pouring gin for everybody. And, you guys got booze here? Yeah, well, no. Well, I know you got booze. All fraternities have booze. She says, I need some more gin. Oh, my God, it was wonderful. We thought we died and went to heaven. And here she's living next door. So I remember the chapter meeting was on Monday night. Monday night, we said, now let's discuss talking to Mrs. Keene about being our permanent house mother. I call the vote. All in favor. Everybody raised their hand. Absolutely. So she became our house mother and was the house mother until she died. Well, she probably died 20, 30 years ago. But in the meantime, they had built a new house, and they built an apartment for her, Mrs. Keene's apartment, in the new fraternity house. And she was on the fraternity picture and everything as the house mother. And we loved her. I mean, she was the kind of woman, I used to go down with Sue. We'd go down to visit the school. And Seth will remember her. He knew her when he was going to school down there. And she said, I always thought you two were a good couple. She says, I was hoping you two would get hitched up. That's the way she talked. She knew everybody in the house, knew who they were dating. And you'd come home, and say, well, I got a date with Lulu over here. Oh, yeah, wasn't she going with Roger? Oh, yeah. She's a nice girl. And that was the way Mom Keene started, was that first party, the Roaring Twenties party. She was our flapper queen, and just great, just absolutely great. So when we had the old house, our first house, when we had fraternity rush, I think we got 8 pledges. 4 of them dropped out. So 4 of them went active. We got 4 new members. By the time we got into this new house, the next year, of course, we had a house, and we couldn't tell people that we were become Sammy. But when the guys came in, we took the president's room, and we laid out Sammy magazines all over the room, left them open on the desks. And the guys would come up there, and we'd say, yeah, we're going to be a national fraternity. And you know what you're going to be? Well, we don't know yet. It's not official yet. And there's all these Sammy magazines all over the place. And we'd just go like that. But we weren't allowed to tell them. And sure enough, that next summer, A.E. Pye was still chasing us. A.E. Pye calls up calls me up. I was a master frauder at the time. And they said, we would like to invite 4 of your executive council to our national convention. Oh, our national convention is going to be at Grossinger's in the Catskills. And we want to invite 4 of your men up there, all expenses paid. We'll pay for the room, registration for the convention, and everything. And 4 of us went to, even though we were tied in with Sammy under the table, we went to the API convention. And we had a ball. There was Wenz and myself and Bob Weiss. No, Bob Weiss didn't go. Phil Mellon went. There was somebody else, I forgot. We had an absolute ball, and they treated us like kings at their convention. And then we left the convention, and we drove down to New York City to the Sammy headquarters. And we told them all about it, that we had gone to their convention. And the following year, when we had become a colony of Sigma Alpha Mu, we went to the 50th anniversary of Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity. It had been founded at CCNY in 1909. And this was 1959. We went to the national fraternity, and we had to pay for it because we were now regular Sammys. But I met some of the original, there were 8 men that started Sammy fraternity, Sigma Alpha Mu. I met some of them in person, and we had, what a classy convention. They had, that Friday night, they had a formal stag. It was a stag party. We had to rent a tux to go to the stag party. It was a real classy, at the Waldorf Astoria. What a real classy thing. And then Saturday night, they put an ad in the New York paper, wanted Jewish girls for dates at a fraternity party, apply at such and such a number, and they got maybe 200 at the convention. They got us all dates. And I had a date in Brooklyn, so I didn't know what to do. I should have gotten a cab, but I didn't. I took the subway out to Brooklyn to her apartment, picked her up, brought her a flower, and we took a subway back to the Waldorf Astoria for the party. But real classy party. And I guess it's about time we tell the miracle of Kappa Phi Omega and Sammy. Sammy put out a book for the 50th anniversary. And they said the founding of the fraternity was founded in 1909, and at CCNY, they had to become a local fraternity at CCNY before they become a national. And their first name, you won't believe this, was Kappa Phi Omega. And we did not know that. That was when we first found it out, and it was the same name that we had used. And what are the chances of all the Greek letters and all the combination of Greek letters that we would have those initials of this Sigma Alpha Mu is known as the Society of Kappa Phi Omega.
And you had to change to Omega at the last minute.
No, it was Kappa. Kappa. It was a change.
Kappa you changed.
Yeah,
It's SPO.
it was a change at that time. Yeah. But to have the same name, we found that out at the convention. We just could not believe that. But it was, and the Sammy magazine, they put out their magazine, they had a 2-page article about our chapter and how we became a chapter and everything. And that was the story of the fraternity, which was a big part of my life. Very, very important part of my life was that fraternity. And the confidence that I had when I came out of that fraternity was magnificent. And Wenz became the next president, and he actually became the first president of Sigma Alpha Mu. And I was the last president of Kappa Phi Omega. But I was the vice president under him. But it gave me a lot of confidence in myself. And of course, we had parties. Every Saturday night was a party of some sort. We did something. It may just be. Very rarely was it ever just a party. It was a theme of some sort. Maybe a jitterbug party, or pizza party, or something like that. And
You had Animal House a little bit.
oh yeah,
You had a little bit of the experience that everyone after that movie tried to recreate. But you had it originally.
oh we had it. We had it. We took some pledges. They were pledges, and we took them in a car out to a field out in the farm field, and some farmer shot at them with a shotgun, almost killed some of our brothers. And we were, we did everything. We were even to the point of almost crude, because if we were rushing a kid, and he were a little bit shy, we would kidnap him, put him in the car, and go down across the river from Cincinnati. Was Newport, Kentucky, was the largest red light district in the country outside of Las Vegas, and it was nothing to find a house of prostitution down there. And we go down to it all, throw in a couple dollars, and for $10 you get them, make a man out of them. You know, we did that. I remember playing games, making them drink shampoo. I remember my little brother bubbling at the mouth because we made him drink a glass of shampoo or something. Oh, then the pledges made us a cake one night, Friday night. They made us a wonderful. By this time we had a boarding club in the house, and they came in. They presented us with this nice chocolate cake with chocolate frosting all over the outside of it. And I don't know if you've ever heard of X-Lax. X-Lax was a chocolate bar that it was a laxative. They had this chocolate cake for us. It was so good. I had 2 pieces, you know. And they took all the toilet seats off, all the toilets in the fraternity house. And everyone's sitting there eating laxative. All kinds of stuff.
Now, and back then, nobody would get fraternities got in trouble for just having a drunk girl.
Yeah, they had a girl
No one raped her. No one.
No rape, no nothing.
Just that she was drunk. So there was a line that you could cross. But
Yeah.
Good fun was not it.
Well, Miami, you had to keep it as good fun. I mean, if they did the chocolate cake, they reduced a little bit, but threw in some Hershey candy and everything, and left one toilet seat somewhere. And it was all in good fun. But we had pledge classes of 20 and 30, and by the time I graduated, there were 80 members of the fraternity. It was just a magnificent time, and through the years, right after I graduated, one of the ZBTs said something to one of our fraternity brothers. They said, ZBT made a terrible mistake. They should have pledged Nate Arnold and Bob Wenz. Because Bob and I were very active in everything. And just recently, I was at some event, and I ran into a ZBT that I knew. He says, that college stuff is all down the tubes. It's ancient history. I'm going to tell you something. When you started Sammy, we got an order from ZBT in national headquarters. Do what you need to do to stop that fraternity. Do whatever you can to keep them from organizing. And they were the ones that fought us coming on campus.
But you won. You would have
We won. We won out.
Did you ever experience in the fraternity anti-Semitism?
Okay. From the very beginning, Marty Rose was from New Rochelle, New York. Nice little Jewish guy. And he had a roommate, Roger Roman. Roger was Catholic. Nice guy. Very nice guy. You might know Roger Roman. He's an interior decorator in Cleveland. Very famous.
Is he gay?
No, he's married.
Okay.
But he's
Not don't know.
But anyway, when we were starting the fraternity, Marty says, "You guys got to take in my roommate, Roger." So we said, "He's not Jewish." So what? So we called up Sammy that time. We said, "We got a Gentile wants to join our fraternity." And Sammy said, "That's great, because there's going to come a day when you cannot discriminate against anyone. You're going to have to take him." So that'd be a great thing for us. So one of the original founding members was Catholic. Of course, we had to buy him a membership at Hillel. That was part of our deal. We passed something that every Sammy member had to join Hillel. That way we kept Hillel going. CBT had done that. It was a good idea. It kept Hillel in business. And my son Jonathan, my youngest son, went to the University of South Florida, and they had Sammy and CBT. So I wrote a letter to Sammy telling him that my son was coming to school there, and he was a legacy, and I would really like it if he became a Sammy. So he's going through Rush. He's calling us up every night. "Oh, I went to this fraternity, went to that fraternity." So I went to CBT house, I went to the Sammy house. Calls me up one night that week. He says, "Dad, I got to tell you something." He says, "You're probably going to hate me." I says, "No, I'm not going to hate you." He says, "I decided I want to be a ZBT. And they asked me to be a member of ZBT." I said, "How come?" He says, "Well, I went to the Sammy house. I walked in. A guy came up and introduced himself to me. And we started talking. And the guy said, "You're the Arnold kid, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah." "Well, you're the one we have to take." And John says, "No, I'm not." Turned around and walked out, never walked back in the house again. And you know what I said to him? I said, "Good for you." I said, "You have fun. You enjoy that. I hope you enjoy Sammy as much as I enjoy ZBT, as much as I enjoyed being a Sammy. Get all the enjoyment you can out of it, and I think it's great." "Oh, I thought you were going to disown me." Because I was always gung-ho Sammy when I'm raising the kids. Now his youngest son, is at Miami. Of course, both of my grandchildren are at Miami. My oldest grandson didn't want to go into fraternity at all. Although Sammy was very nice to him, and he was told that he could always come to the Sammy house. But my youngest, Ryan, my last hope for a Sammy, and he is. He pledged Sammy, and he loves it. And
so you were going to tell me about anti-Semitism?
Well, so we went the other way. We didn't.
Oh, I see. You headed it off at the pass.
No, there was always anti-Semitism at Miami University. I mean, it was a very, very Gentile school. Yeah. It's like they call it the Harvard of the Midwest, and there was always certain fraternities, certain national fraternities, and big fraternities that looked down their nose at us. And blacks weren't even allowed to get a house. There was one black fraternity. They couldn't even get a house. So I think to this day they don't have a house. And they didn't have a black sorority. But we were always, even while I was there, we were always top grades. They used to check the grades of the fraternity houses, and they would publish them. We were always in first or second place in grades, and but we were never big in Greek week, never big in the athletics. You know about the book on Jewish sports heroes. You know, you open it up, there's no printing on the pages.
You get Hank Greenberg in there. But
yeah, well, of course now. But today, I believe it's about between 1/4 and 1/2 Gentile. The funniest thing that happened a few years ago, we needed some work done on our furnace, and in Beechwood here, and somehow we called up P.K. Wadsworth Company, and they said they would send a man out to check us, and this guy comes out driving a car with P.K. Wadsworth on it. And I thought to myself, P.K. Wadsworth from Pepper Pike got to be the perfect Goetia place. And this guy is Tyler Wadsworth III or something. And all dressed up with a blue blazer and a striped tie, Mr. College. And he comes out to talk to us about our furnace. Then when he gets through, my wife says, "You go to school?" "Yeah, I go to Miami University." "Oh, you go to Miami? What fraternity are you in?" Expected to hear it was Beta Theta Pi, Phi Delta Theta. He says, "I'm a Sammy." They picked me up off the floor. He's a nice guy, but as wasp as you can get. Then we had a president recently with a Mac something, McDonough or something like that, and they become presidents and so on of Gentiles that were in our fraternity. And Ryan, when he was looking at fraternities, called me up one night. He says, a lot of my friends want to join DU, Delta Upsilon fraternity, and they wouldn't even look at a Jew when I was there. But he says, I'm thinking about maybe joining them. I says, well, I don't know if I'm excited about you joining that fraternity. He says, well, they're nice guys and everything. I says, well, I'm not going to stop you. I can't say anything. But he went Sammy, so that was. But I don't recall, other than the Dean of Men, who was the perfect anti-Semite. I mean, you're going to become a Jewish preference fraternity, Jewish preference students. The Jewish students, they tend to be with their own kind. You know, some of those remarks. And Jack Samuelson, the guy that owned the haberdasher store, he says, oh, that dean, he says, I heard about him. He's the worst Jew hater of the bunch. And we don't know how much that actually held us back. But 2 years after we came on campus, Phi Gamma Delta, the Fijis, decided to get a chapter at Miami. 1 year we go home in June. There's no Phi Gam chapter, no Phi Gam colony, no Phi Gam nothing on campus. We came back in September. We're driving around Oxford, and we see a fraternity house. Okay, it won't ring. And we're driving, and we see this big house. It has Phi Gamma Delta, welcome. And I said to somebody, is there a Phi Gam chapter here? Yeah, they just became a chapter. What they did was they went to the fraternity council and said, we want to come to Miami. They said yes, and they were in. No local fraternity, no 3-year wait, no nothing. So is there anti-Semitism?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's anti-Semitism. Look, this whole area that we live in here, you bought a house. I assume you have a mortgage. So somewhere with your mortgage papers is your deed. Someday take out your deed and read it all the way through. It's like 4 or 5 pages of deed. I read my deed for my house. And, well, of course, maybe where you're at may not be, but where we lived on Hazelmere was part of the Van Swearingen restriction. And there's stated right in my deed that if you want to buy a house on Hazelmere, you have to get permission from people on both sides, people behind you and across the street and 2 doors away. Have to sign for permission for you to buy the house.
Did you do that? Did they all do that for you?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay. So
no.
it's just leftover.
It's left over. It's verbiage that's in the.
Wow.
When they print up a deed, they take it all the way back to the very beginning, from when the Indians were here, and it's in there. It's right in there, and it was never. It may have been rescinded.
Yeah.
There may have been a rescinded thing, but it was right in the deed. That if had I bought my house 50 years earlier, and they would have found out. And at the time that we bought our house, there was a fella that was that had a house on South Woodland, and they wanted to put a water line in and bring water out to Pepper Pike. So they needed everybody along South Woodland had to sign a paper relinquishing them to dig a water line through all their front yards. And there was one Jewish guy right in the middle. And they said they would bring the water line through there, but they would not allow him to tie into it. They couldn't tie into the water line. He says, well, if I can't tie into the water line, you're not going to put your water line on my property. We'll cut it out. So they let him in. But the Pepper Pike, the West Hill Colony of Pepper Pike, if you drive around Pepper Pike, you'll see some signs that say West Hill Colony. West Hill Colony had restrictions, even up until I bought my house. They had restrictions. Forest Hills at Mayfield and Superior, Forest Hills area back in there, used to have a big sign, restricted lots. And the restrictions, was listed restrictions, blacks, Jews, and Italians. Now, we weren't alone, but Beechwood was part of the Van Sweringen restriction. And now look at it. Okay, let's kind of put it like this. As we approach my senior year in college, we're at the end of my junior year, and I think I'm going to pick it up there. And that's where my life changed in two ways. There were two parts of my life that changed at about the same time: my romantic life, personal life, and the wrecking business. The wrecking business completely changed. So let's start out by talking about the wrecking business at this point in time, because it's very apropos. Okay, it's the beginning of the summer, right after my junior year. My father falls out of love with Cuyahoga Wrecking Company. He really liked working there in a way, and in a way he complained tremendously about how he was treated and so on, but it was his career. But he had this tremendous urge to go into business for himself. He talked to my uncle and wanted to buy a piece of the company, and he couldn't do it, so he wanted to go on his own. And the biggest operation for Cuyahoga Wrecking Company was Buffalo. For some reason, there was a lot of work in Buffalo, and they were the biggest wrecking company in Buffalo. One of his competitors was the Buffalo House Wrecking Company, and another source of selling scrap iron was the Morrison & Reisman Company. Somewhere along the line during that summer, Morrison & Reisman Company merged with Buffalo House Wrecking Company, which was run by a man named Roblin, R-O-B-L-I-N, Dan Roblin. Dan Roblin bought the scrap company, Morrison & Reisman, and merged it in with his Buffalo House Wrecking, and he started a new company, called it Roblin Incorporated, and he was the biggest scrap dealer in Buffalo. A big wheeler and dealer. He was the kind of a guy who smoked a cigar all the time, drove a big Cadillac, and, I'm in a deal, rah, rah, rah. One of these kind of guys. Well, he was very good. And my father, more or less, it wasn't a homosexual thing, but he fell in love with Roblin. He thought that the sun set and rose on Roblin. So they got to talking one day at lunch, and Roblin says, Irving, why don't you come to work with me? Why don't you come be part of my organization? I'm building an organization. What are you doing? I'm building a steel company. He said, I'm going to build an integrated steel company. We're going to start out with demolishing buildings, getting the metal, bringing it into the scrapyard, preparing it as scrap, melting down the scrap, making billets like they do at Republic Steel. Then we're going to take the billets and roll them into a product, an end product. It'll be a completely integrated company. And this is my plan. My father said, sounds good. It's a good plan. We'll see what happens. At exactly the same time, a company called Buffalo Bolt, they made nuts and bolts in Tonawanda, New York, went out of business. And Roblin, as one of his deals, buys the company to liquidate it. He's going to have an auction sale. He's going to sell off the machinery, then eventually tear down the buildings, which would produce a lot of scrap, and he would have a good operation, a good venture, good business venture. So he bids on it and he gets it. Now he is the owner of Buffalo Bolt Company for purposes of liquidating and demolishing. And he's sitting there with his company, and everybody that used to work there comes in and makes an appointment with him and want to see him. And they said, Mr. Roblin, you know what? This was a great company at one time. New owners came in and they messed it up and they went bankrupt. But we feel that there's money to be made in this business. But if this plant could be started up again it could make money. And it could be a real money maker. There's a real need for this certain kind of bolt that they use in Ford cars. Ford was a big customer of theirs, and they said they felt they could get Ford Motor Company back. So to make a long story short, Roblin starts up the company, rehires the plant manager, rehires the production manager, the purchasing agent, everybody. They move their operation out to Buffalo Bolt, and now they started up the bolt business. And what do? They're in the scrap business. They sell their scrap to Republic Steel. Republic makes what they call billets, which are the glob of steel that they eventually make nuts and bolts out of. And he's has two ends of the business. He's missing the middle part. And he's running this business, and he's selling to Ford Motor Company, and it's successful. In the meantime, he wants to get back into wrecking. And he gets his friend Irving one day, and he says, "How much money are you making there at Cuyahoga Wrecking Company?" Irving tells him, and, "Well, why don't you come in with me, and we'll start a division. You'll run my wrecking division." So my dad talks to him, and make a long story short, my dad decides to join his operation, but only as a partner. Not a full partner, not a 50-50 partner, but 76-24. My father has $2,400. They're going to capitalize for $10,000. Roblin throws in $7,600, and they form a company, and they call it Arnold Roblin. Okay, fine. And they get a wrecking job in New York City at Hunts Point Avenue in the Bronx, tearing down a little power plant. They tear down the power plant. First thing my father does is he hires the general superintendent, one of the superintendents away from Cuyahoga, comes to work for my father. My father sends them to New York. They do the little wrecking job. They make money with it. Okay? So they're in the wrecking business. In the meantime, a scrap dealer in Cleveland by the name of Luntz, L-U-N-T-Z, wants my father to come in with them and be partners with them, and they want to start a wrecking company. And they say to him, "Look at Irving, you promised us if you ever left Cuyahoga, you would come with us and start our wrecking company. And we want to start our wrecking company. We're very anxious to do it." My father says, "No, can't. I'm involved with Roblin." "Well, we'll bring in Roblin. We'll do something." And make a long story short, we're now Arnold Roblin Luntz, a three-way partnership. Okay? Headquartered in Cleveland. Fine. And I'm going to school and hearing all this, and my father quits Cuyahoga. And, of course, my uncle flew up from Florida, offered him another $150 a week to stay with the company and all that. My father says, "No, I got an opportunity to try it. I'm 45 years old," or whatever the hell he was, and he says, "I got to try this. My son is almost finished with college. I have no more obligations. I got to try owning a business and being a partner, at least a partner. I can't own it myself, but at least I'll be a partner." So fine. So along comes the Cleveland Electric Illuminating Company, has a big power plant at 72nd and the Shoreway, right on Lake Erie in Cleveland. And my father is very good friends with all the engineers at the illuminating company, and they're all buddies. And they tell my father that they're going to build a state-of-the-art power plant there. But in order to do it, they have to tear down the old power plant, which was built in 1924, which is completely outdated, and they need to tear it down. It's a huge, huge project. Their estimate is it'll take 1 year to wreck this big building with all the smokestacks and everything they have with it. And they actually say to my father, "You at Cuyahoga Wrecking Company would be wonderful to tear this building down." So, of course, my father says, "I'm no longer Cuyahoga Wrecking Company." And they said, and I quote, "We don't give a damn whether you're Cuyahoga or who you are. We want you," pointing to him, "to get the project." So my father said, "Sure, I'm in the wrecking business now. I'll do it." And he goes and he applies at the purchasing department, and they give him a set of specs, and he winds up submitting a bid for the demolition of this building. Huge project, the biggest wrecking project that's ever been done in the city of Cleveland. And Cuyahoga they don't wind up on the bidders list. Now he's bidding against the big wrecking company from Chicago and the biggest wrecking company in the world out of New York are in there bidding the job. So they have three bidders: my father, the guy in Chicago and the guy in New York. Of course, the guy in Chicago flies in, says, oh, it's Arnold Roblin Luntz. Well, I know Abe Luntz. We were buddies in the scrap business years ago. Talks to him. He says, why don't you bid it with me? And we'll bid it together. I can do you good. And Luntz knows loyalty. And he says, no, I have a guy who's real good. He's going to do the project. You're out of it. My father says this guy came to a meeting with him, walked in the room. The guy's sitting there, and he says, who are you? My father says, I'm Irving Arnold. The guy says, I never heard of you. My father looks at him and says, I never heard of you either. And this other guy's a big wrecker. Anyway, make a long story short, my father is awarded the project. He has no company. He has one superintendent, a few employees, a couple of boxes of tools. Now he's going to wreck this multi-million-dollar building. And the wrecking job, he gets paid $350,000. Plus he gets to keep all the scrap metal and all the non-ferrous metal out of the whole building. That's part of the deal. And he goes there, and he gets his foreman's son to start. And they have to start on such and such a day. I think it was April 15th was the day. He has one cutting torch, and he goes in there, he lights up his cutting torch, he cuts one piece of steel, he starts to wreck the building. He's got the job. But the illuminating company is very smart. Somebody puts a bug in their ear. Who's this company? They're small. They don't have any experience. They need what is called a bid bond. If they default in the wrecking, they're stuck. So they want to have the job done, so they need a bond. In order to get a bond, you go to your insurance company. The insurance company goes in there, and they say, we will guarantee that this company will finish the project. And there's a high premium to it, but whoever's doing it has to have money behind them, has to have some strength. So on the strength of Luntz Iron and Steel, they go ahead and they award the contract. Luntz signs the bid bond, and they get the project. And it starts out, and they're 3 months into the project. They're cutting up that 15,000 ton of scrap. And the price of scrap metal starts to shoot up. There was something in Europe, or who knows what, and it can happen. And scrap that they were selling for $15 a ton, they're now selling for $30 a ton. Meantime, we own all the scrap. Because we own the building, we're doing the project. And the money starts rolling in. And I'm telling you, when I say rolling, it's rolling with big cannons and everything. And we hire this guy and that guy, and we hire a company. I say we because I felt I was part of it. My father says, you're part of it. He comes down to school and he says, this business of you going into architecture is BS. And this business of you going into anything else is BS. You're going to come with me, see what I can do. On my own, I got this big project. And the money is rolling in right and left. Well, I'm 21 years old, and I look out my eyes and I see dollar signs. It's very attractive to me. So I said, yeah, go for it, Dad. Go for it. And I said, I would like to finish college. He says, oh, absolutely. He says, I never got a chance to go to college. I want you to finish college. That's the one thing I've always wanted in life, is that my children will go to college. So you're going to finish college. Okay. But when you get out of college, you're coming to work for the Arnold Roblin Luntz Company. It's okay. That's fine. And we make a verbal agreement that that's where I'm going. Now, let's switch over to the romantic life. My old girlfriend, Bobby, who I had mentioned earlier, we're friends, if you know what I mean. I'd see her at parties, and we'd be friends, and I might take her out to something once in a while if I needed a date. She was the old standby. And we were still very good friends. Calls me up at the end of my junior year. She says, I'm having a party. Oh. And she says, I want you to be my date. Oh, I says, oh, that's nice. She says, you'll be one of my dates. I says, one of your dates? Yeah, you'll see. She threw a party and invited all her old boyfriends. Every one of her boyfriends that she'd ever dated in high school were there at the party. So I go to the party, and I have a good time and so on. But now I find out that I have no chance with her whatsoever. Still feel that, maybe we'll start going out together. Maybe something will happen, but it didn't. She says to me, I got a girlfriend, goes to shake her. I want to fix you up. You'd be a hell of a couple. And her name was Nancy. So she introduces me to Nancy. I go out with her on a date, and she's a nice girl. She's very, very intelligent, nice looking, and she's going to Smith College up in Northampton, Massachusetts. So we go out a few times during that summer, and we have a good time, and we're really going together. Now comes my senior year. So I have to return to Miami University. So I go back to Miami. She goes back up to Smith College, and we talk every other day. I call her and write letters and send pictures and all that stuff. And we're going pretty good. And I'm starting to feel, well, maybe my sexuality is growing. Maybe the pressure from my parents is growing. I'm getting towards the wedding bells, So I'm starting to get serious. If I go with a girl, it's probably going to wind up in that direction. Plus, I am now a Sammy. I have a Sammy pin, and I'm a big man on campus. I'm a member of Sammy's, and she's up there. And all my fraternity brothers, they all know about her. And but I said, we're still just friends, and we both have the right to go out with people on our own, which I did. I had a few dates down at school, and the guys all went along with it. Nobody squealed on me, and things were good. Now we have Rush, and we're taking in pledges. So we get a pledge, comes along. Harvey was his name, Harvey Levine, and he pledges, and he becomes a pledge. And he comes to some of the parties, and he brings along this really sharp-looking girl with dark black hair who is stunning as far as I'm concerned. Whoa! This is really somebody nice. And but there's an honor among fraternity brothers, so I'm not going to fool around. So one day in a casual conversation, I said to Harvey, I says, if you ever break up with Sue, boy, I sure love to go out with her. He says, well, as a matter of fact, we had an argument last week. We're broken up. And I know you well, and I know her well. You two would make a dynamite couple. He says, here's her phone number. Not only does he give me her phone number, he gives me her high school graduation picture, which I still have to this day. I carry around with me. Wonderful. And I see her and met her, and Harvey breaks up with his girlfriend. And now we have a party or something, and I call her up and ask her if she'd like to go with me to the party. Sure. And we go, and we have a great time. A few more dates and get a little bit romantic. So our official first date was we went to dinner at a small Oxford restaurant and then went to a movie. Then we came to some dates at the fraternity house. But the official date was dinner at the Oxford House restaurant. And the movie was a movie about the life of Franz Liszt. And a very nice girl. She's a freshman. And we go out a few times, and I'm starting to get a little friendly with her. And one day she declares to me, Nathan, you are a fickle pickle. I says, I'm a what? You're a fickle pickle. I says, what do you mean a fickle pickle? Well, I found out that you have a girlfriend up at Smith College in Massachusetts, and here you're chasing after me and you're getting a little romantic. You're really fickle. I said, listen, honey, I'm not fickle. I like you. And I like you a lot better than I like her. But I'm still writing to Smith College all the time. Now it comes up to between semesters. And I find out that Smith College has their between semesters at exactly the same time. Actually, I have a few days more. Smith College says to me, why don't you come up here to Boston? Boston has a deal at the Hilton Hotel. Girls sleep on the 6th floor, and they make it like a girls' dormitory, and they rent out rooms cheap to girls, and men are allowed on any other floor, but they can't get off at the 6th floor. And they had a chaperone on the 6th floor that sat there and watched the girls' rooms that no men came up there. but you could come up here and we could have a ball in Boston. Okay, well, I'm not committed to Sue at Miami, and I'm not committed to her, so I might as well try it. It'd be fun. Go down to the local travel agent, buy a ticket to Hartford Springfield Airport, and I fly up to Northampton, Massachusetts. And we get on a bus and we go to Boston. And of course, what she was waiting for was a fraternity pin, that we would get pinned up there. And I, in back of my mind, said, hey, I got two sweet-looking women. Now, eventually I got to settle down with one of the two, and I'll take either one of them. At this point in time, I would take either one of them, would make a wonderful wife for me. So I'm looking at her from that standpoint, and she's looking at it from that standpoint. And we go out and we have a fabulous weekend in Boston. We go to the lobster place and go on tours of Boston and everything else. And she ain't right for me. There's something in the back of my mind that this girl is not for me. But I'm very courteous. I say goodbye to her, and I go back to Oxford.
Do you know what it was? Do you know specifically what happened that triggered you and said this is not right? Was there
She cut her hair, and I didn't like the way it looked. Well, you asked the question, I give you an answer. Okay.
Hair can grow back, though.
Well, she was a little bossy, and there were some things I didn't like about her, and there were some awfully sweet things about this girl, Sue, that's down at Miami. So I come back, and I'm deciding that I'm going to go after her. And I get a bunch of phone calls in my room. Every other day there's a phone call. My roommate says to me, it's a phone call, Smith College is calling you. I'm not here. Tell her I'm not here. So I avoid her completely. That was my way of dumping her. And I start going out with this Sue, who was very coy but very charming, and she was just right for me. And I remember writing a letter home to my mother. Said I met this marvelous girl. I said she's intelligent beyond what I ever expected. She's good looking. Besides that, she's sort of a Molly Goldberg type. She uses some Yiddish expressions. She's very Jewish. Money was not a factor to me because at the same time, in the wrecking business, my father was wrecking this big building for the illuminating company and making money hand over fist. He's making so much money that they had to get rid of money. They put me on the payroll of the company. And I'm down in Oxford, Ohio, going to school. And I'm getting a paycheck every single week for like $125 or something. So I got money all over the place. And I'm the cock of the walk. I'm a Sammy, and I got money, and I'm a senior, and it's good. And I'm dating this girl, and I'll never forget. I was so bashful with her, I wouldn't kiss her. And I had her on a date. This is maybe the third week we were back at school. And they had hours at Miami. It's 12 o'clock, and they're closing the dormitory. I was standing there with her, saying goodnight, and her roommate comes out and says, hey, her roommate gets behind me, one hand behind me, one hand behind Sue, and pushes us together. Says, kiss her already, will you? Well, that was it. So now I get a little more serious, and I give her what is called a lavalier. A lavalier is you wear around your neck, and it's three initials that had the initials of the fraternity on there, and that was entree to getting pinned. So I give her a lavalier on a Friday night, a Saturday night. It was a Saturday night. We had gone out, and we were at the student center, and I give her the lavalier. Oh, she's thrilled. I told her, I says, you knew about the girl in Massachusetts? She's history. And you're the one for me. And I give her the lavalier. And right away she says, well, I got to call Mommy and Daddy. That's what she called them, I got to call Mommy and Daddy. We went down to a payphone, and we called up. And I remember getting on the phone, and this man gets on the phone real grump. Nice to meet you, Mr. Arnold. Well, thank you, Mr. Rhodes. It's nice to meet you, too. And just a minute, my wife wants to say hello. And Mrs. Rhodes gets on the phone. Hello. And I said, hello. She says, I heard you're a nice boy. I said, well, I hope I am, or miscellaneous talk like that. And, okay. We have the date and take her home to the dorm. Now, the girls were not allowed out of the dorms after midnight, but you could call. So I go back to my apartment. My roommate says, phone rings at 12:30. My roommate says, it's Sue on the phone. Hello, Nathan? Yeah? I got news for you. My parents called me up as soon as I got home. Nu, was is this? What is this? Lavalier? What does it mean? She says, so I told them. Oh, well, they said they'd like to come down someday and meet you at school. I said, well, that would be nice. I'd like to meet them too. Okay. She says, I thought I would tell you. Good night. Sleep good and everything. Next morning, Sunday morning, and I get up to teach Sunday school in Hamilton, Ohio, where I was a teacher. And I get up, and my roommate comes in. It's Sue on the phone. Nathan, my parents called this morning at 8 o'clock. They're in Columbus already. What? They left Cleveland this morning at 6 in the morning, drove to Columbus. They're on their way down here. They want to meet you today. I says, when? Today? Today. Oy vey. Okay. So I go off and I teach Sunday school, and I come back, and I'm nervous already. And I get out of my suit, and I take a shower, and I need a shave, and I'm so nervous. I cut myself 3 times shaving. Oy. So anyway, they come and pick me up. I don't know, I went to her dorm, or she came to my dorm, or my apartment. Somehow I meet them, and they're driving this big, long Lincoln Continental car. Big Lincoln. Oh, my God. And this couple is sitting there, an older couple. This is Mommy, and this is Daddy. Well, nice to meet you. And she says, wants to take us out to lunch at the student center and bring along my roommate. So the roommate came along. So there's a roommate, Sue and I, and the 2 parents. And we go, and they had this formal dining room in the student center called the 1809 room. We go to the 1809 room. It's strictly formal. Yeah, in college way. And the men are even wearing shirts and ties. And they pass around a relish dish. We're sitting there before dinner. And they had a relish dish that had celery and carrots and cucumbers on a plate. And you take a few and pass it on. So, of course, I take a carrot. I put it on the bread and butter plate. And I take a knife and a fork. I mean, I want to be on my best behavior, Take a knife and a fork. Dig the fork into the carrot. And I take a knife and I go and I cut the carrot. As I cut the carrot, it flies off the plate, flies right up and hits Mrs. Rhodes right in the face. Boom! Carrot hits her in the face. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. It's okay. But I thought Sue was going to fall off the chair laughing because it was just a riotous thing. So we had a lovely afternoon, walked around the student center, walked around the formal gardens, and I met these people, and they go back. So I said to Sue, I said, you didn't tell me you had money. What do you mean money? Well, your father's driving this big Lincoln car. She starts to laugh. She says, well, it has nothing to do with having money. She said, last year, for my senior year, my parents wanted to go to California for 1 month, and they wanted to drive across the United States. So to make this trip, he had a Chevrolet, and my mother-in-law had a Chevrolet. So he went out and they bought a used Lincoln Town car for the trip to leave Cleveland. They would pack up the car, and they drove out to Los Angeles, the southern route, through Phoenix and New Mexico, go to Los Angeles, go up the California highway, and come back through Seattle and across the Northwest back to Cleveland. And it was a 6-week trip. And for that, it was worth it for him to buy this used Lincoln Town car. So they really didn't, they were nicely, it didn't matter to me what they were, but they seemed nicely well off. Where do they live? In University Heights, less than a mile from me. But I didn't know this girl. I didn't know Sue. So that answered that question, which didn't matter to me at this point in time. So we go out and we become pinned. And I graduate. And she stays down there for graduation. And my parents come to Oxford with my grandmother. And we're all together. And I introduce her to my grandmother. They get along very nicely. And we're starting to wane a little bit. Something's happening and we're not 100%. But we went through graduation. I come back to Cleveland, and my father takes my car. I had this old 1950 Chevrolet that I got years ago. It was for my bar mitzvah. It was when my father used my bar mitzvah money. And he takes that car, and he says, now, for your graduation present from college, go out and buy any car you want. Well, what do I want? I want a sports car. In those days, it was foreign cars were absolutely unheard of. Very few people had foreign cars. There were two foreign cars you could buy in the United States, a Volkswagen Bug or a Triumph. Triumph was a British car. Well, the Triumph made a car that looked like a small Jaguar, a little two-seater sports car. And I thought, that's what I want. My father said, sure. At this point in time, my parents had bought a new house. They sold the house in Cleveland Heights and moved out to Gates Mills Boulevard. In Gates Mills, which was the better part of Gates Mills Boulevard. And they buy this beautiful house, and my mother furnishes my bedroom with wallpaper, with sports cars on the wallpaper. And I mean, this is great. But living in the house there and everything, and I have a problem with my wisdom teeth. I have an impacted wisdom tooth. So go to the dentist, and I have dental surgery, and I am miserable. I am home sleeping on my bed, and blood is dripping out of me. I am miserable. And Sue is calling me up, and how you doing? Oh, leave me alone. Sometimes, when you're sick, you really don't feel like much of anything. So I didn't feel like being around her. Didn't feel like being around anybody. And we got into a fight and broke up. And this all occurred at the beginning of the summer. So there I am at the beginning of the summer, just before my senior year, working part-time.
Wait, I thought you said that you graduated.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I did. It was the summer after I graduated. That's right. Now I'm graduated, and I'm working at Arnold Luntz Company, and I have a job there, and I'm driving this sports car, and I'm all flustered. Now, I broke up with Sue, so what do? I take the sports car. I used to drive over to Smith College's house, but I didn't have the guts to go up to her, drive in her driveway and ring her doorbell. So I used to ride in front of her into my sports car, hoping she'd walk out and see me in the sports car and really get jealous. But we were broken up for 2 months, completely broken up. And I was driving one day, I was going to work, and I remember making a left turn off of Warrensville Center onto Cedar by Cedar Center. And who's standing at the bus stop? Sue. And I see her, and she actually saw me, but I didn't wave at her. She doesn't wave at me. And I drive on, and I go a little farther, and I said, hell, I should pick her up. She shouldn't take the bus. So I go down and go through South Euclid, turn around, come around Warrensville, come around, and she's already on the bus and gone. So we had seen each other. And we both remembered it later. Now a friend of mine, one of my fraternity brothers, Ronnie, is getting married. The wedding is at the temple down on Ansel Road. And of course, he's a fraternity brother. I get invited to the wedding. Who's he marrying? A girl from Miami who's a sorority sister of Sue. So I go to the wedding, and Sue goes to the wedding, and she gets a ride with somebody. She doesn't drive herself. She gets a ride with somebody. So she's at the wedding, and I'm at the wedding by myself. And I run into her, and the band is playing, "Would you like to dance?" Sure. So we got up, we danced a little bit. I'm dancing with her, and oh, man, I'm melting away. And I take her back to her seat, and we sit there and have a drink or something. I says, I sure missed being with you this summer. She says, I missed you too. Do you remember a day when you drove by me at Cedar Center? She says, I was hoping you would turn around and pick me up, but you didn't. And I says, well, I did. You were gone already. Oh, and what are you doing Saturday night? Oh, I'm free. Okay, let's go out for dinner. There was a place downtown, a nightclub called the Alpine Village. We're going to the Alpine Village. Okay. So that whole week I'm all excited. I'm going to have a date with Sue. And I pick her up and we go downtown, park the car, and go to the Alpine Village. And we sit there and we have dinner, and they have dinner and dancing. They have a band that's playing. And the band kept playing the song, The Way You Look Tonight. And I'm dancing with her and I'm singing in her ear. And oh my God, I'm like butter. I'm melting away. Oh my God. And she says, you know, Nathan, we were meant for each other. I says, you know what? You are absolutely right. And I said, we're damn fools. If you're down at school, we could go out together. Why not? And let's see what happens. She says, oh, that would be wonderful. And I drove her home. And a week or two later, she went back to school. And then that semester, every other week, Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, I took off from Cleveland in my little sports car, drove down to Oxford, and we had a date Friday night, all day Saturday night, Sunday morning, and I could come home. And
Where'd you stay?
fraternity house. You know, I have free lodging and everything. So I stayed there, and all the fraternity brothers, they loved it. And if there was a party at the fraternity house, we went to the party. Because I'm still a member of the fraternity. Even though I graduated, I'm still a member. So we go out, and we decide somewhere in October that we're going to get married. And she says, I'll be home for Thanksgiving. You have to ask my father. So she came home Thanksgiving time, and I asked her father if I could marry her. And he said to me, he says, well, I'll tell you what it is. I worked hard all my life, and I saved money. And I have enough money for both of my children to go to college. And if there's one thing I want in life, is I want my daughter to finish college, because she's going to get married someday, and what happens if her husband dies? She has to go out and get a job. I don't want her to get a job as a waitress or as a maid or anything like that. She should be a school teacher. So she should finish her education. If you two want to get married, it's fine, but she's going to finish college. She's not to work, she's to finish college, and I'll pay for it. I said, Mr. Rhodes, you have a deal. Then I shook his hand, and then they threw a little party for us, and we announced our engagement. Schlepped down to Al Berger Jewelers and picked out an engagement ring. Well, she wanted a ring just like her mother. Well, her mother had a 5-carat ring. It was a lot of money, and Mr. Berger says to me, he says, you just can't afford a ring like her mother has. But here's a very nice ring, and it was a beautiful little ring. And so I gave her the ring, and we became engaged. You would never guess where we became engaged. In the parking lot at Shaker Lakes by Horseshoe Lake. There's a place where you could park cars. And in those days, on Friday nights and Saturday nights, the only cars that were there all parked and faced Shaker Lakes. And they all sat there, and every single car right down the line, the windows were steamed up, and you knew what was going on inside each car. So we used to go there once in a while to make out. That's where we became engaged, at Horseshoe Lake at Shaker Lakes in a steamed up car. And of course, if a policeman came by and would knock on the window and say, what are you guys doing in there? Oh, we're watching the submarine races on the lake. And that was the excuse, but we never got caught.
Attleboro in South Park. Right?
Yeah.
That's right
Where they're working today,
Yeah.
but there's a little
that's
road
where
there.
It's right there in Attleboro.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, the little road there, it's off. It's completely secluded with trees, and you look out, and there's the lake. I mean, most romantic place in Cleveland. And that's where we became engaged. So we got engaged. Now I'm waiting for this terrible thing to happen. I had graduated college, and I had to send a form into the draft board, and they had the draft in those days. Korean War was just finishing, and sure enough, I get a letter from the Department of the Army. Dear Mr. Arnold, you are to report to the Standard Building, downtown Cleveland, for a pre-induction physical. What is that? I call up. Well, that's to find out whether you're 4F, 1A, 2B, whatever you are, and get you classified for military service. Oh, well, then what happens? Well, then you're classified, and then you get called up within 6 weeks. You'd be called up for 3 years of active duty. Well, what can I do to get out of it? Well, if you join a reserve unit, you go in the Army Reserve. What's the Army Reserve? I didn't know. Army Reserve is 6 months active duty. You go to active duty, and 5.5 years of meetings. You have to go once a week to a meeting in your local town. One Sunday a month, you go on maneuvers, and 2 weeks in every summer, you go to summer camp, and you actually have full maneuvers out there. And you have to do that for 6 years. You have a 6-year obligation. Well, hell, 6 months of active duty is a hell of a lot better than going in for 3 years. So this other stuff, I have to go on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock to a meeting, put on a uniform. What's to that? It's nothing. What's to go away 2 weeks during the summer? So what? It's 2 weeks. A lot better than going away forever. So, is there a reserve unit? Yeah, there's a reserve unit out in Parma. So I go out to Parma, the reserve. Oh, well, we're filled. We have no room. So I try another reserve unit. In the meantime, the clock is ticking away. And I go down there and I get my physical. Well, I have a deformed toe on my right foot. So I get my doctor to write a letter. Dear Department of Army, Mr. Arnold has this hammer toe on his right foot, and the remedy for it would be surgery to remove the toe, and then he won't have any problem. But I don't feel that he's suitable for military service with his toe the way it is. It gives him trouble. Then I also had a bad stomach. I had what was called a spastic colon. And what he did was he put me on a diet. I wasn't allowed to have any spicy food. No Mexican food, no corned beef, none of the good stuff. And as long as I ate bland food, I was fine. So I had these 2 letters, and now I go down to the draft board, and I go there and take off all your clothes, you put them in a locker. And I had these 2 letters with me, and I go through the line, and they give me all kinds of tests. Give me an eye test, read the eye chart, and they poke around the stomach, and they check you out, and you go right to the end, and there's a doctor there that summarizes everything that's on the sheet of paper. So he's looking at the sheet of paper, and he says to me, let me see your foot. Okay, take my foot, and I put it up on the table, and he looks at the toe, and he says, well, the service always fits you short and wide. You'll have no problem. Don't you get short and wide shoes? I says, yeah, that's what they prescribe. He says, yeah, that's what they do for a hammer toe. You won't have a problem with your hammer toe. Short, fits you short and wide. That's okay. Puts a check mark down. Now tell me about your stomach. I said, well, I'm on this diet. He says, well, military food is all bland anyways. You're going to get bland food. 1A. 1A means you'll be called for active duty. So I go out to the reserve unit and I push them a little bit, and yeah, we got room. We got room for 2 guys. So I get into the reserve unit. Boom, I'm out of the draft. So now I have to wait for my orders to go to active duty. And the Army tells me, they send me a booklet with everything. They'll tell you when you're going to active duty, when you get off active duty. And we're engaged, and we want to get married. When do we want to get married? When I get out of the Army. So I have the Army out of the way, and I'll get married. So I was to go in on February 19th. I was to go into the Army, get out on August 18th. Would be discharged from the Army, and we'll set a wedding date. So we set a wedding date of September 3rd. So off I go to the Army, to Fort Jackson. What
year?
This is 1961. The whole year of 1961. This is February 19th, 1961. I take an airplane to Louisville, Kentucky, then a bus to Fort Knox, Kentucky. And I go there, and I'm scared out of my mind. And I was so scared and so nervous about going in the Army, even for 6 months. I remember I was constipated for a week. Couldn't go to the bathroom for a week. And, so nervous and everything. And the first day I wake up in the morning. They wake you up at 6 in the morning. All right, everybody out of bed, fall out. And you fall out, you go outside, they line you up, and they take it out. Arnold, here. And everybody left face, forward march, and we march down to the barber shop. You go to the barber shop, walk in there. You got to have 75 cents on you. All right, I got 75 cents because you pay the barber. You go in. I says, well, just take a little off the sides and trim it on top. Shut up, kid. Sit down. Takes a razor. Zip, zip, zip. See how bald I am now? That's how bald I was. He took it all off. Well, that was the beginning of the baldness. Then they take you out and they fit you up with a uniform. You know, they give you underwear. Oh, the underwear was the pits. But they gave me underwear and fatigues and boots and a helmet and a dress uniform, the whole bit. You pile it up, you put it in a sack, carry this bag over your shoulder. You've seen soldiers with a bag with all their clothes. And I go in and I start out. The next morning, you have to fall out. They call it, coming out of the barracks, you call it falling out. Fall out in my uniform. I come out in my uniform, and I'm standing there, and then we had a pack that you had to carry with you. It was half of a tent, shelter half, a shovel, and I don't know, a hammer or something. So you meet up with somebody else, and you build a tent if you were in combat. And they give you a rifle from World War I, an M1 rifle, weighed about 20 pounds. Hang that on my shoulder, the pack on my shoulder. They put a steel pot on your head in case a bullet comes by. It'll stop a bullet. So now I'm weighted down with all this stuff, and we line up there, and left face, forward, march. And we were in alphabetical order. I'm with the A's. And there's a whole platoon is there. And up, 2, 3, 4, up, 2, 3, 4. We go marching out in the woods. We're marching. Everybody stop. So you stop, light them up if you got them. So everybody lights up their cigarettes. Well, I don't smoke, so I just sit there and chew gum. And we start out again, and up, 2, 3, 4, up, 2, 3, 4. But this time I'm down by the G's and H's. The A's are up here. I'm way back here. I'm falling back. I can't keep up. Finally, after 2 or 3 stops, we wind up where we're supposed to go. Here's the Z's, and here's Arnold. Right with all the Z's. Fell to the end of the line. I could hardly make it out to the field. When I graduated from basic training, I started out with the A's and ended with the A's. I was in super condition. And used to, if you looked at a sergeant, you looked at him funny. Okay, get down, give me 10. You had to give 10 push-ups. And push-ups, you couldn't eat dinner unless you went through the chinning thing. You had to do 10 chin-ups before you could get into the mess hall to eat. I'll never forget one of the dinners. We had dinner, and they're slopping stuff on the tray, and they throw this piece of meat on there, a chop with a bone in it and everything. Looked like a half raw steak. I thought, oh, is that steak? Hell no! Don't you know what that is? No, sir, I don't. That's a pork chop. I never in my life saw a pork chop, let alone eat a pork chop. I'll never forget the sergeant would get up there and he says, "We talk to the Catholic priest, and all you Catholics can eat fish on Friday. Don't have to eat fish on Friday. You can eat anything on Friday. We got dispensation from the Pope. All you Jewish boys, you're allowed to eat ham. Ham and pork. The rabbi said it's okay. So you eat it. If you don't eat it, you don't eat. You got a choice." So I ate pork chops and ham and everything.
Is that a...
Oh, I don't think they got... No. Hell no.
What did you think of pork chops, by the way?
I had... Well, in the back of my mind, I'm eating pig.
Right.
And,
but you eat bacon, right?
I eat bacon. Oh, yeah.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
My mom's the same way. She'll eat bacon.
I did.
She won't eat pork chops.
Well, I don't... To this day, I won't eat a pork chop.
But you'll have bacon.
I'll eat bacon.
So it's not about a pig. Something
No.
about the word pork.
The weird pork... That's right.
It's the word.
It's the way I was raised.
Yeah.
My parents would not allow that in the house.
Right.
That was it.
But did your parents eat bacon?
They ate bacon.
Because it's called bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Not only bacon, ham sandwiches. My mother used to make ham. She wouldn't cook a ham.
Right.
We never had a ham, but
Right, sliced ham.
just you get sliced ham at the delicatessen.
Ham, yeah.
Ham on rye was
Yeah,
good.
Sure.
Well, that's just the way it was.
That's the way it was. My mom's the same way.
Yeah,
Her parents
we were-
the same way. It's the word pork.
It was. We were all cut out of the same mold there. So that's what it was. All right. So I get
So
through.
I want to ask you, what did when you got drafted, or
Yeah.
when you went into the reserve? What were your parents' feelings about military and what you should?
Well, it was the law. Everybody went.
So it wasn't like, let's find a way, or I have a connection with the.
Well, they tried. They tried, but they didn't have any connections.
No connections.
No connections. I had as many connections as they had.
Okay.
So
You really had no choice.
I had no
This
choice.
was your way out.
I mean, they thought that was rather good that I didn't have to go. Like some of their friends had kids that would go for 3 years. Now it turned out that those 2-year and 3-year hitches, you could also enlist for 2 years. Those hitches were not too bad because they always got service in Europe. Now my cousin talks about it. He says it was a 2-year vacation in Europe. He was stationed in Rome. He said on the weekends they'd catch a military plane and go to Berlin, and they would go Paris, and they'd go here, they saw all of Europe, travel around Europe.
So this is 1961. Are
19
you drafting for Vietnam yet?
No.
So what year does Vietnam draft start?
Draft started in Vietnam about 1963.
And you were already married by that time.
Oh, yes.
Did that get you out?
Well, I was in a unit.
You didn't need to.
I didn't no, it didn't necessarily get me out. It just happened to be in a unit. But what happened was Vietnam was called French Indochina, and there was a little police action there. And they had a Berlin airlift. That was going on. And what they were doing was they were activating reserve units. Now, if you were in the reserve, there was a chance you could get activated. And when Vietnam opened up, they activated the Parma Army Reserve units. I knew a lot of guys that went in for 1 year. They were already in the reserves, supposedly the same deal I was in, and they got taken in for a year of active duty. But they were all kept stateside. I remember the whole Parma Reserve unit went to Texas, to Fort Hood, Texas, and they were in an army hospital there that they worked at. But my unit never got called up. So I was in an artillery unit. Artillery are the cannons that they shoot. The reason they stuck me in an artillery unit was that I was a mathematics major, and I could plot the transition of the shells, and that qualified me for service in the artillery. So I was in the 83rd Artillery, and I'm at basic training in Fort Knox. And about the last week of basic training, we're sitting in a classroom and they pass out a questionnaire. So what would you like to do your other 9 weeks of duty as a reservist? A reservist had to be in for 6 months. So you took 8 weeks of basic training, then you had like 9 weeks or whatever it was of advanced training, and you had to go somewhere for advanced training. So I thought that I was going to go to artillery school, but I really didn't want to. So they had a questionnaire, and you could check off what you wanted. So I go down the list, and what do I check off? Clerk typist. That was the Jewish thing to enlist in. Everybody that got in the Army, we knew that the one job for a Jewish boy was clerk typist. Because a clerk typist stayed in battle, the clerk typist stayed at the company headquarters and did the typing of orders. And everybody else went out in the field and shot at the enemy. But you didn't have to shoot at the enemy if you were a clerk. So, number one, clerk typist. But you have to prove 2 more choices. So I go down the list, and one is communication school. Well, I liked radio. So, all right, what is communication school? Well, you learn to use field radio to talk to people. And between headquarters and the gun, you talk back and forth on a radio. So I put that down, as number 3 choice, communications. Number 2 choice was artillery surveyor, which is why I was in an artillery unit. So I checked that off. I turned it in. I said, you'll get your orders within a week. So then within a week, they pass out envelopes. Here are your orders. My order is, you've been assigned to a field communication crewman's course. Your communication school, Fort Jackson, South Carolina. Where's Fort Jackson? That's in the middle of South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. Okay. So I'll use a microphone and whatever. That'll be fun. So I go home, and now we're planning the wedding. I'm supposed to get out August 18th. I'm to get out of the Army. September 3rd, we'll get married. And I go in and I meet Rabbi Lelyveld, and he's going to perform the wedding. And Sue comes out with, pile of invitations. Which one do you like? I don't care. You pick it out. So she and her mother picked out the invitations. Fine. And we want to have it at the Fairmont Temple. Fine. We're going to have the reception. Might as well have it at Fairmont Temple. Fine. I didn't do a damn thing. I just said, okay, to everything. And I didn't have to sit there and plan. We're going to have roast beef. We're going to have prime rib or sirloin. None of the planning. Had nothing to do with any of it. What are the colors? Colors are blue and white. Sue liked blue and white. Be blue and white be the colors. I don't care. And I need 2 groomsmen. Okay, I had my one roommate, Jim Button, been my roommate the last 2 years of college. We were friends. He'll be a groomsman. Another guy from Cleveland, Phil Mellon. He was a good friend of mine, nice guy. And we're still friends to this day. And those will be my 2 groomsmen. I need a best man. Who do I get for a best man? Well, if I pick one fraternity brother, another one will be this and that. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to work for my father. My father's been real good to me. He gave me a sports car, gave me money. Yeah. Okay, Dad, would you be my best man? Yes. So my father was my best man at the wedding. And Sue picks out all her girlfriends and so on. And we planned the wedding with my grandmother in the wedding. And now I'm down at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And I drive down there with a buddy of mine who was in basic, was from Garfield Heights. We drive down to Columbia, South Carolina, go to the barracks. We check in. And next morning we get up and we put on our uniforms and we go out. We line up in front of the barracks. Now we're going to go out to the field. What's the field? That's where they do all the maneuvers. Okay, up, 2, 3, 4. And I start out at the beginning of the line, and I end at the beginning of the line. I was in really good shape. I mean, I had muscles in my legs. I was in really good condition. So we go out, and they march us out there, and we come to this one area, and it's a big field. It's an empty field. There's no trees, nothing. All flat ground. And in the middle of all the flat ground are telephone poles, spaced 6 feet apart. Boom, 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 and boom, 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 boom. All these telephone poles. And at the bottom of each telephone pole is a pile of something there. So, all right, man, fall out and everybody go to a pole. So I go up to the pole and I look there. And what do they have there? There's a big, thick leather belt. And then there's 2 little things with leather belts and straps and spikes. And what's this? Well, you put on the belt and you throw it around, like that. You put on these spikes on your shoes. They're called gaffs. And you get up to the pole and you put on a pair of gloves. Slap those poles. Slap the pole. You put your feet in to the pole and you go up to the top of the pole. Well, I ain't going, I'm a city boy. I don't go up to the top of a pole. So I throw the belt around there, and I go there, and I lean back on the pole. My feet are on the ground. I put my my first leg gaff it into the pole, and I go to put the second one. I can't get the second one up there. Finally get it up there. I get up there, and the first one breaks off, and I fall down. Well, the whole week I can't get up the pole. So the sergeant comes around, he says, Arnold, either you get off to the top of the pole If you don't get to the top of the pole by Friday, you get recycled. Well, what does that mean? You start over again. You come back Monday morning and you're in a new class and you start with the poles. And you do that until you get to the top of the pole. Well, sure enough, Thursday afternoon, I finally get up to the top of the pole, and I'm a big guy, and my arm is around it. I lean back, the whole pole leans back. Hey, Faye. And I'm up on the pole, and I'm wetting my pants. But I'm there. He says, okay, you're at the top of the pole, you're done. But every afternoon, we had classes. So they marched us to classes, and they had a regular classroom with desks, and they would lecture us on something. The first lecture is your basic radio, and here's the way a radio works. You have a switch over here, and that is on and off. And then you have a switch over here, and that's your volume. And that's literally was the whole class. I mean, that's the way they taught it. And how do they teach it? Well, Korea was ending, and they had a bunch of soldiers in Korea that still had 6 months left on their 3-year obligation. So they had to do something with them. So what do? They make them teachers at these training camps. So we get a teacher. He was from the Philippine Islands, and he was Oriental looking. He smiled, and he had a big gold tooth in front. Boy, he was tough. But anyway, they would spend a whole day. Now, in order to turn on your radio, you take your right hand and you grasp the knob, and you turn it to the right. Let's see, yes, 90 degrees. You turn it 90 degrees to the right, and that turns on your radio. Then you, with your left hand, you turn the switch, and that brings up the volume. Now you want to turn your volume down, you put your hand on there, and you turn it down. It was so simple. That's the way they taught it. Okay, so I take a few notes. Next day, screwing around with a pole and go in the afternoon. Now we're going to teach you how to put on earphones. You grab the earphones, you take your right hand and you put them on the earphone that says right. And you take your left hand on the earphone that says left. And you put it on, and you take it off. Then I'm taking notes on all this. The third day, the sergeant gets up there to give the lecture, and he opens up a book, and he reads the book. From the book, he reads the whole chapter as to whatever to do. And it's so boring. I'm sitting there, and it's really hot in there, and no air conditioning, no fan, no nothing. And I would sit there and take notes, and they're teaching all this stuff real basic, like they're teaching 3-year-olds. I'd fall asleep. All of a sudden I'd hear, hey, Arnold, back of the room, at ease. So I'd have to go to the back of the room, stand there with my hands behind my back for 20 minutes while he finished reading this lecture. Every day I fell asleep. However, Friday we were to get an exam. If you passed the exam, you went on to the next week. If you didn't pass the exam, you got recycled. You went and did the first week over again. But you had to pass the exam. You had to climb the pole, pass the exam. So I go in for breakfast, and I get 3 cups of coffee. Black. Drink the coffee real good. Now I go in. Okay, men's, we're going to review for the test. Well, how do you review for the test? Takes a copy of the test. Opens it up. Question 1. How do you turn on a radio? You turn it with your right hand on the knob so many degrees to the left. You turn on the radio, and I'm bug-eyed. I had 3 cups of coffee, and I'm bug-eyed. And I remember what he said and make some notes for myself. Of course, you can't keep your notes or anything. Pass out the test, and I realized that he had read the test. And all I did was just listen to him. So I put down all the answers. On the first one done, I take it up and I hand it in. And then the next week we go in, and now we have a class. Now we have classroom all day. And I'm going to read the grades from the first week. Arnold, you got 100%. I don't know how you do it. You sleep through all the classes. You got 100% on the test. Well, schmuck. All I did was listen to all the answers, and I got them. No problem. So every day for 6 weeks, I 3 cups of coffee on Friday. The rest of the time, I slept through the classes, stood at ease at the back of the room, didn't pay any attention to anything. But Friday, I paid attention to what they were doing. Now, they have graduation. And you graduate by how you ranked in the class on your grades. The highest grade goes to Arnold. He graduated top of the class. And the sergeant said, man, I don't know how you does it. I don't know how you does it. I said, what do you mean? Well, here you slept through all these classes, and here you graduate top of the class. You must have cheated. I said, I didn't cheat. Well, I think you cheated, but I can't prove it. So I don't know how you does it. So now we have 4 more weeks that we have to stay to finish out the 6 months. And one of the classes was on coding and decoding. And they had a special decoder that you had to learn how, and you set this decoder up, and you would type into it, and it would type up a sheet, and it would come out all gibberish. Then you took that, and you mailed it to wherever it was going, and they would take it, they would feed it into the machine, and it would come out imperfect. It would take the letters and rearrange them and code it and decode it. And that one place, now it was August, in Columbia, South Carolina, which every day was 90 degrees or higher. It was taught in an air-conditioned room. The rest of the camp was not air-conditioned. That one room was air-conditioned. They came out there and they said, now you have a choice of where you want to go to for advanced training. We need you to help out as an assistant. So we start out with the highest grade. He gets to pick first. Well, I picked the decoding room. So I spent those 4 weeks in an air-conditioned decoding room with 2 nice guys, and they brought in soda pop and water and everything. And I had a great time. So now I graduate from the Army, from commo school, and I get a certificate. Field Communications Crewman. And what is it basically? You string wires from one tree to the next. And you string wires out in the barrack. So that's what it was all about. I go back home, go to my parents' house, and I go to the reserve unit. It's over on, there was a reserve unit on Harvard Road. Used to be one at Harvard, just west of Richmond was an Army Reserve unit. But mine was at Garfield Park in Garfield Heights. So I go over there, and I report to the unit, and Sergeant says, what did you do on active duty? I says, Field Communications Crewman. Okay, you're going to go into commo. He puts my thing down. You go over there, and there's a sergeant, some Polish guy, and he, Arnold, you're in my unit. Okay. And he's talking to me and everything. This guy's I hate this guy. Already, one night. And the second week, they had just gotten back from summer camp. And the supply sergeant had all the equipment they used at summer camps. They used shovels and the tents. Everything was dirty. So they needed a detail in the supply room to clean all the stuff. So all you new privates that just got off active duty, go with the supply sergeant. So we go over there with Sergeant Polzer, and he shows us how to clean equipment. So I'm there cleaning a tent or something. Polzer comes out. He says, any of you guys know how to type? Well, one thing you learn, you don't volunteer for nothing in the Army. But I volunteered. Yes, Sergeant, I type. Okay, Arnold, come on with me. Go with him. He has a stack of papers here. They're all made out and handwritten. And over here are some blanks. He says, you have to type. I need each one of these typed. I need them all typed. And you know how to type? Oh, yeah, I know how to type. Because I graduated college and typed in college. So I take the stack of letters and type them all up and hand it to him that night. I'm not out there cleaning a tent, and I'm typing. So I hand it to him. He says, looks good. He says, that's better than I could do. He says, next week you're going to type. Don't even go to where they're cleaning. You come right to me. So I came to him and gave me another stack of papers. And I type them all up. So about 3 months of this, Polzer says to me, he says, you're pretty good. I like you. you type this stuff real good. I says, yeah, well, I like this too, because I sure as hell don't like cleaning tents. I don't like marching out here, and I don't like doing this. He says, I'm going to talk to the old man, and we're going to get you switched to supply. So they switched my military occupation to supply, and I become his supply clerk. Well, that's good duty.
But
September, I'm getting married.
so this is just before you got married?
No, this is after I got married.
You're already married.
I'm already married
Okay.
when I become a member of the supply unit.
Okay. So where is Sue at this point while you're there?
Okay, so I go to meetings and everything. We come home. I get home on August 18th, and we get married September 3rd.
Right.
We had a beautiful wedding. My father-in-law threw a magnificent wedding, Fairmont Temple, 300 people. Very classy. Instead of having a band playing someone, he has a piano player. There was a piano and a bass and drums, and they played society music during the whole reception, and we're dancing and everything. And the wedding was absolutely gorgeous. And we went away. We went to Bahamas, to the Howard Johnson's resort in Nassau, Bahamas, and had a beautiful honeymoon for a week. And then we had 3 days in Miami. So we went to the Momart Hotel in Miami. We stayed there. And Uncle George, who owned Cuyahoga Wrecking Company, even though my father wasn't working for him anymore, still my uncle. And he still liked me very much. He was a wonderful guy. Just on a family basis, he was wonderful. He gave me the biggest wedding present of all. I got $250 we got for our wedding, which I thought was just marvelous.
Did you come to the wedding?
He couldn't come to the wedding, and he lived in Miami. So we're in Miami at the Momart Hotel, and Uncle George is living there, and had given us this big gift, so we called him up. He says, I want you to come over. Come over. How long are you going to be here? Well, I'll be here. Well, you come over Thursday. So we go over, and his house is right next to the inland waterway, the coastal waterway, and behind his house is sitting the yacht that he had. He had a big yacht, and he had a man that worked for him that was the captain of the yacht, that drove the yacht. And he says, you can go out on the yacht. You go out. Do you want to fish? I says, I don't fish. He says, well, go for a ride. It'll be very nice. We went out for a ride on the yacht, and just Sue and I in the back of this yacht. And he made cocktails for us and stuff. Real nice. And we came back. We had dinner with the servants and all. I mean, he was a rich man. He lived very nicely down there. And he just rolled out the red carpet for us. And then we stayed at the Momart Hotel, which was, at the time, was like the Fontainebleau. In fact, it was next door to the Fontainebleau. Very nice.
Do you have photos of all this?
I doubt it. I might. I will.
What about wedding photos?
Yeah, well, I'm going to find the wedding album,
Okay.
and that would be very nice to see. And you'll see everyone. So we come home, and I had stayed in that bedroom. I had stayed in that bedroom just before I went in the Army. When I came out of the Army, so maybe a total of maybe 4 or 6 weeks I had stayed in that wonderful bedroom with all the sports cars. But now I'm married,
Right.
and my parents said, well, why don't you live here with us? You live in the bedroom until you get yourself settled and everything. Sue didn't want to. No, she didn't want to do that. And she said, we have to have our own apartment. We have to have our own place. And I said, that's fine. And we start searching around before the wedding, between August 18th and September 3rd. We searched all apartments, what was available in an apartment, and we found a beautiful brand new apartment, 195th and Euclid, 1-bedroom apartment, brand new, gorgeous, $125 a month. So we rented the apartment, but they needed the apartment for 1 month, so we couldn't have it for a month. And they would guarantee that we would get that apartment. So we signed a lease for it, and we went and we got a room at the Commodore Hotel. Commodore Hotel was at the corner of Ford Drive and Euclid Avenue and Mayfield, where Mayfield Road empties into Euclid Avenue. And it was a residential hotel, which meant that you had efficiency suites. It had a room with a folding up bed and a little kitchen, a kitchenette. It was very cute. It was very nice. And we find out after the third day that I'm there, all these big guys are getting on the elevator. Big men are always on the elevator. And I asked somebody, who the hell are all these big men? The Cleveland Browns. Everybody who didn't live in Cleveland stayed at the Commodore Hotel when they were training in Cleveland. And when they were playing, we had the whole Browns team except for the ones that lived in Cleveland. We're all staying there. And every day I'd get on the elevator and I found, I remember Bobby Franklin was forgot what he played, but he was always on the elevator with me. And it was right next to Case Western Reserve. Well, of course, it was just Western Reserve at the time. And Sue was going to Western Reserve because she had completed 2 years at Miami. She had 2 years to go. And the one reason we got the apartment in Euclid was on the bus line to go right down to Western Reserve. So she'd fall out of bed at the Commodore Hotel, and 10 minutes later she'd be in class. It was great.
So she transferred out of Oxford, out of Miami?
She transferred out of Miami at the end of her sophomore year to go to Western Reserve.
To be near you. To be with
And we were married, and her father was to pay for all the tuition. The tuition at Reserve, even in those days, was very expensive. But he agreed to pay for it, but she couldn't work, which was all right with me. And I was working in the wrecking business. And that's where we were. And we stayed there for 1 month in that apartment. Then we moved into in the Commodore Hotel. We moved into 19500 Euclid Avenue. And within 2 years, Sue became pregnant. So we said, well, I had some money. I had $5,000 saved up in the bank from before I was in the service and money that I had made in college. And we decided to buy a house. So we searched around. We went to Lyndhurst. There were some houses available. And we were out in Mayfield Heights. They were building a new development at Mayfield Heights. Across from Gilmore Academy, there was 3 new streets in there. One of them was Duval Road. And we talked to the builder, and he had three different models. You could pick a model. And he had built the same types of houses on the other side of Gates Mills Boulevard, which is in the same area. And this was a block from my parents. But it was Mayfield Heights. It wasn't Gates Mills. So it was a lot cheaper. And we picked out a little Cape Cod colonial house. It was $25,300. $25,400. For $600 more, he could add 2 feet onto the house to give us 2 feet more in the bedroom, 2 feet more in the family room, 2 feet more in another bedroom, and made it just right. And he had a lot available on this little cul-de-sac. No traffic on a cul-de-sac. And it was a little pie-shaped lot. As it went out in the back, it went wide and over. It was a nice big yard. We said, we want the yard, we want the house, the 2 feet, $26,000. I got $5,000, so my father gave me $1,000, and I think my grandmother gave me $1,000. We put the money down, and we got a mortgage, $20,000 mortgage, and we got the house. And Seth has movies of them building the house because my father-in-law took movies from when they dug the hole for the basement till they finished it. It was a cute little house. To us, it was a dream house. It was split level, and that's where we lived. And we were still in the apartment when Sue hit 9th month. And we took her to the hospital on around her due date. She was starting to get some pains, and that was already in August, about August 26th, I take her to the hospital, and the doctor sends her home. And the next day she has more pains, so I take her back to the doctor. The doctor says, "Oh, let's take her to the hospital." She goes to the hospital on August 27th. She goes into the hospital, and August 28th, in the morning, I go over to the hospital. The doctor says, or one of the nurses says, well, she's getting into labor, getting more and more. My father was in Buffalo on business, and I called my mother. My mother had called my father in Buffalo, and he says, I'm leaving right now. He leaving Buffalo. Left Buffalo, and he drove to St. Luke's Hospital. And it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And in those days, the delivery room was on the 3rd floor, and the waiting room was on the 1st floor. So we're down on the waiting room, and I'm there with my grandmother, my mother, my mother-in-law. And we're sitting there, I'm pacing back and forth, and we hear she's going into labor now. Now they're taking her into delivery. And she goes into delivery, and we're down on the 1st floor, and we're waiting. And I'm pacing the floors. I'm nervous. I'm just nervous as hell. So about 3:15, my father comes walking in to the waiting room, and he says, boy, did I just have an experience. Well, he used to, in those days, you wore a shirt and tie to work. I mean, we all did. Even though we were on the wrecking jobs, we wore a white shirt and a tie, dressed formal. So he's dressed rather nicely. And he says, boy, did I have an experience. He says, I ran in, and there was a receptionist sitting there, and I says, where's the delivery room? And the receptionist says, 3rd floor, sir. So he says, I went over and I got on the elevator and went up to the 3rd floor, and I got off, and I walk in, and I'm looking around for a waiting room, and there's no waiting room. And he says, I see a nurse. I says, where's the waiting room? She says, oh, sir, you're in the wrong place. It's on the 1st floor. You have to go down to the 1st floor. He says, just then he hears, Mwah! A cry. He says, boy, that kid, whoever he was, really had a set of lungs on him. What a kid. Oh, that's interesting. All right, so he comes down and he sits with us, and we're sitting there, and we're waiting. And we're waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting. Pretty soon the phone rings. Pick up the phone. Mr. Arnold? Yeah. Your wife just gave birth. What'd she have, a boy or a girl? I can't tell you. Oh, okay. Can we come up? Yes, only the two. The doctor says he wants only the 2 grandmothers to come up, my mother and my mother-in-law. So they go upstairs, and my father says, well, maybe that was your child being born. But they wouldn't tell us what it was. So then nurse calls up again and says, okay, now the father can come up and the grandfather can come up. So I go up with my father, and we go upstairs, and we walk in, and Sue is on a cot, with a sheet over her, and how you doing, honey? Oh, fine. Are you okay? Yeah. Says the doctor, is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. And then they wheel out this little buggy thing. They wheel it out. I says, what is it? It's a boy or a girl. I'm really getting nervous. What do I have? Because although they had pictures, sonograms, you couldn't tell the sex. And they wouldn't tell you the sex in those days. So I didn't know whether it was a boy or girl. So he has the baby there. And he happened to be, besides being my doctor, he was a cousin. So he knew us well. So I'm standing there, and he takes one piece of the sheet, pulls it back. Now takes the other piece of the sheet, pulls that back. Finally he says, are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I want to know what it is. And he pulls it out, give us the grand showing. And that was Seth. I almost passed out. Why? So then they cover him up, and we see that he's okay. And then I sat with him for a while, and I actually went outside on the steps of the hospital. I sat and cried because that was just, such a relief for everything. And we decided to name him after my grandmother on my father's side, and her name was Sarah. So it had to be something with an S. So Sue liked the name Seth. I said, okay, we'll name him Seth. And the Allen was, his middle name was for somebody on my father-in-law's side, Yeah, it was my father-in-law's father. His name was Abe, something like that. So it was Allen. That's how we got to Seth Allen. My father-in-law says, "You're going to name him Seth?" I said, "Yeah." "Well, that's a farmer's name." "Well, how can you name him Seth? Why don't you name him something else?" I said, "Well, we like the name." "Oh, it sounds just like a farmer." I said, "Well, we like it. We think it's a classy name." And if he doesn't like it, he can just use his first initial, and then we'll call him Allen. We'll have a regular name. So Seth was born, and in those days, the women stayed in the hospital a full week. So now we'll have the circumcision at the hospital. And we did. They gave us a room at the hospital, and we called up the rabbi, and he came, and Sue came downstairs. They brought her downstairs, put a robe on her, and brought her in a wheelchair, and then they brought in the baby, and she cried the whole time. "What are they going to do to my little baby?" And the rabbi gets there with some wine, and so all of a sudden, I'm feeling a little weak, So I go outside and I sit down, put my head between my legs. My father comes out, puts his head between his legs, and the rabbi's in there doing his thing, and we have the bris. But nobody else could come. If you're doing it in the hospital, you can only have immediate family, you can't have anybody else. So we decided to have a ceremony at the end of the first month, when the baby was 1 month old, called the Pidyon HaBen. Pidyon HaBen is redeeming of the first child. And it's an old Jewish custom. We had it at my folks' house. And we invited all the aunts and uncles and the cousins and friends and everything. And that's when I redeemed the baby from the oldest Kohen in the family, who was my Uncle Izzy Cohn. And he came, and I bought Seth for $5 silver. Cost me $5, which I was very happy to pay. And in the meantime, we have the nurse in the apartment, 1-bedroom apartment in Euclid. It's Sue and I are in the bedroom, the nurse is in the living room, and the baby's in the dining room. And we lived like that for 2 or 3 weeks.
Why was the nurse there?
Because we felt we needed a nurse. The baby was already almost a month old. But Sue wanted a nurse. Everybody, in those days, everybody got a nurse.
And all the nurses were black, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this black nurse, and she taught Sue how to breastfeed and how to diaper and how to do everything, how to give the baby the bottle. And that was part of the training. And although we had gone to class for that too. But that's just what everybody did. That was the thing to do. There were a certain number of nurses that everybody knew. And so we got one of those kind of nurses.
Do you remember her name?
I don't remember her name. But she was very nice. And it worked out good. And then within another month, the house was ready. I think that's when we moved into the house. In a month or two afterwards, we moved into the house on Duval, and we lived on Duval 8 years, and we loved it. It was a beautiful, cute house, and every Tuesday I would leave from that house and go to the Army Reserve meetings and go to summer camp. And I worked in the wrecking business. And now we had already finished wrecking the illuminating company. And my father and his partners decided to bid on 2 ore boats, lake freighters. You have these big boats that pick up the iron ore up in Wisconsin or up in Minnesota, and they come down the lakes, they come into Cleveland, and they unload at the steel mills. And, you've seen them on Lake Erie, these big, tall. And there were 2 boats that were old, and they were retired, and they were selling them. The shipping company was selling them for scrap, and they were docked in Cleveland. So we bid on them. My father says, "I'm going to take these boats, we'll cut them up for scrap." After all, we're in the business of cutting up things. And we can make a lot of money doing it. Okay? So we buy these boats, these 2 boats. I think we bought it for $1,000 a piece or something. And we start with the first boat. And my father found a guy named Friedman who owned a dock off of the Cuyahoga River by Whiskey Island. And we could have these boats towed into this slit in the water. And his plan was he wanted to wreck these boats by having cranes on the dock go out and pick up the pieces of scrap metal and bring them around to the shore and pile the scrap there, load it in railroad cars, and send it to steel mills. The way they normally wrecked boats was they did them in dry dock. And a dry dock means you bring this boat, the boat is 1,000 feet long, you bring it in to a slit, and they dam it up, and they drain out all the water. Now there's no water there, the boat is sitting on a frame, and they chop it up there. But no, he's going to do it differently. He's not going to use a dry dock. So, okay, we start out, and we go onto the boat. My father says, well, we got all this stuff. We can sell it. It's ours. We own it. So I go in there, and sure enough, there's a radio room, and there's anchor chain, there's anchors, there's portholes, there's all kinds of stuff that boat people use. And I went around to all the suppliers, like the Samsel Rope Company, down to the flats there. And Frank Samsel came out. I remember he came out, and I sold him $3,000 worth of chain that the anchors went down on. And we sold all this stuff off the boat. And just let it sit there. And that was very successful. Probably sold $5,000-6,000 worth of stuff. And it was very good.
That you could make so much more money. But
That's
it always
correct.
depended on you having the infrastructure to take it apart.
That's
Get it
correct.
places.
You
It sounds like you were about to hit a part where he made a mistake the way he did it, and it sunk or something. Was that
exactly. Well, you know the whole story, don't
It
you?
sounded like it was the head.
You know the whole story. You know it absolutely to the letter. So we sell all this stuff off the boat, and we get it down to where it's almost looking like a barge. And what's he going to do? We're going to take it, and we're going to take this boat, and we're going to cut it in thirds. And we're going to weld in baffles in there, and we're going to cut it so it makes 3 barges. Then we're going to make a little ramp by the dock. We're going to get 2 big bulldozers. We're going to take a cable, we'll put it on the barge, and we're going to pull it up on the shore. So it'll be out of the water. Now we'll cut it up for scrap. And I go home, and I start to think about this thing. And I take a toy boat, and I put it in the bathtub. And I take the boat, and I picture bringing it up. Well, the front comes up, the back goes down, and you pull it up like this, and you go. That was the plan. I said, you know, what happens if you pull it just a little too high and water starts going in the back of it? It'll sink. No, that isn't going to happen. I said, Dad, I don't like this. It's liable to sink. Well, we got these big bulldozers. We'll pull it fast. We'll get it. Before it sinks, we'll pull it out. I said, I don't know. Well, listen, you know, there are a lot of things you don't know. Listen to me. I know this business. We're going to pull it out. So we weld in these things. We cut it, and we bring the first barge up to the little ramp. We get the biggest bulldozers we could find in the city of Cleveland. D32 Clark bulldozers, or forgot what they were. Real heavy bulldozers. Take this heavy chain, we tie it around these things. And I'll never forget my father standing there going, heave, heave, and these 2 dozers start going forward, and they pull the front, and they're pulling it up. And just as they're pulling it up, I hear somebody yelling out, oh, shit. And what are you shitting about? And I go and I look, and there's the rear end of the barge going down into the water. And pretty soon all we got a barge sticking up, the front of the barge is sticking up out of the water. Well, he's all hooked up to it already. Well, we're hooked up, let's try. We'll pull it from there. Pull it, and he rips the cables rip and almost wreck the two dozers. So my father says, we'll just leave it there. Nobody uses a slit anyway. They'll just leave it. 2 days later, we get a certified letter, Department of the Army, Corps of Engineers. We understand that you sunk a barge in the slit in the Cuyahoga River. You have 30 days to remove it. The fine is $10,000 a day after 30 days if it's not removed. And I mean, it's official, certified and everything, certified letter. You better get it the hell out of there. So we went through 30 days of hell. We had Great Lakes Dredge and Dock come in there with a big dredge boat with an A-frame on it. We sent divers down to pick up the bottom of the boat. And we finally, on the 28th day, we got the thing out of there.
How much did that cost you?
Oh, we must have blown $100,000 doing this.
So you lost everything you made from the
From the illuminating company. We were losing it on these boats, the first boat, and we lost this tremendous amount of money, and wound up selling the second boat as is. We didn't even start to wreck it. We didn't even take a steering wheel off of it. We just sold it, got rid of it, and it almost blew us out of business. At which point in time, I think that was around the time I was making $150 a week. And my father called me in the office and he says, your new salary is $135 a week. 10% cut in pay. Cut everybody's pay.
For being right and giving him a warning and trying to save his business?
Well,
you were right.
Oh, hey, I'm going to do it. And I said, how much are you taking? He says, I'm taking 1/3 of my salary. It's all I'm going to take. Of course, he had all kinds of money in the bank from the job and everything. Everybody got cut in pay, except for Sam, our general superintendent. And I was making out the paychecks and signing them. And my father says, you don't take any money out of Sam. Sam's salary stays the same. I says, but you're taking it from me. Why don't you take it from him? He says, well, I need him. And if I take back 10% of his pay, he'll quit and go to work for somebody else. So I need him. I says, well, I need the money too. My father says, tell you what, every week you get your check for $135 and I'll have $15 in there for you out of my pocket. I'll pay you out of my pocket. I'll give you your $15. But you got to be cut just like everybody else in the company. Which was, when I told Sue what was happening, she says, you're not going to take the $15, are you? Are you? I says, well, we need the money. She says, you have your father paying us to live? And that's pretty lousy. And really, she got angry at me. So I told my father, you keep your $15. And I stayed. I also got the Plain Dealer. The following week, I got the Cleveland Plain Dealer Sunday paper. Went in the help wanted. And searched around every job that was available. I remember interviewing for a job to sell copying machines. And that might have been a really good job because those were the days they had just come out with copying machines. You copied two pieces. You took a piece of certain kind of paper and you put it on top of the letter you were copying. You put it in the machine. You peeled them apart, and then another copy would come out of somewhere else. There were thermofax machines. That was the beginning of copying machines. But I didn't take the job. And there was one ad there. You're looking for a job, come to us. We will analyze your qualifications. And we will get you placed in a proper place. So I answered the ad, and I went in, and there was this guy. His name was John Robinson, and he was a psychologist. And he says, the way I do it, I give you an aptitude test and find out what your aptitudes are, what they're for. And then I have a list of places that are looking for people, and I match people up and get them jobs and guarantee that they can do the job, blah, blah, blah. But the first thing you have to do is we have to do an aptitude test on you. So we did a psychological analysis of me. It was a bunch of BS. We did a psychological analysis of me. And I have it here somewhere, the final report. The final report stated that although I was working for my father, he was emasculating me by making me do lousy things, routine things, and he was holding me back, and that I had the potential for sales, and that I knew the scrap business, and I knew the wrecking business, and I was well qualified for all this business. And he found me a job in Kansas City, the I.J. Cone Company, who were wrecking and scrap iron people. And they were looking for somebody to be a manager of one of their operations. But I couldn't see going to Kansas City to work. And my father said, well, I showed him the letter, and he got very, very insulted by the letter. He says, you sure blame everything on me, don't you? Well, if the shoe fits, but I didn't say that. But we buried the hatchet, and he says, you're going to stay here. He says, you want to be in the machinery business. I tell you what, we're in the wrecking business. You want to sell some machinery? Go ahead. You'll be part of the wrecking company. You'll be there when I need you for the wrecking. The rest of the time you can sell machinery. And we had a wrecking project in Buffalo, Allied Chemical. Allied Chemical Company was a nice big chemical plant. And the reason we bid on the job was we knew there was a lot of steel in there. We sell for scrap, and we could also, there was copper and stainless steel, which was also very valuable. We could sell that. So we were going after those chemical plants. If there was machinery in there, we figured them for scrap. Whatever machinery was in there, figure how much would it cost to cut it up for scrap and sell it. So we go there to bid on the project. I had been married now, probably I was in my 4th, 5th year of marriage. We're talking about 1966, 67, maybe 68. About 1968. And we go up there and they give us a stack of papers. It was a list of all the machinery in the wrecking project. And it told what the name of the machine was, serial number, and how much they paid for it, and what it did, so on. And they gave us a bunch of blueprints. So I went home and I studied the blueprints. And we had all this machinery, and we started cutting up the buildings for scrap. And I said to my father, what do I do with it? He said, well, there's a bunch of dealers. They're all on the East Coast. They're a bunch of thieves. They're all Jewish guys, and they're all a bunch of thieves. But why don't you call one of them? One of them, his name is Brill. He says, something like that. You find him. So I went and I got a phone book from New York, and I found the name of this company, and I called him up. And I said, we're wrecking this chemical plant, and we have some equipment. Would you be interested in buying it? The guy says, oh, I know the project. Yeah, I'd be interested in buying it. And he says, he came up and looked at it, and he offered us a ridiculously low number. It was just above scrap. My father says, yeah, if you don't want to buy it from him, there's other guys there. So I'm looking around and found some magazines, and there was a back of a magazine had about 4 or 5 pages of used machinery dealers that are buying and selling machinery. They said, we want your used machinery. So I called up one company, First Machinery Company, Brooklyn, New York. Guy answers the phone, and his name was Sidney. Mr. Arnold? Yeah. This is Sidney Calver. Yes, sir. I understand that you're wrecking there at Allied Chemical. I said, yeah. He says, up on the third floor of building 26 is a machine called a centrifuge. How much do you want for it? So I went and I'm in the office. I go and I get out my papers and I flip through my papers there. And there it is. Item number on page 26. There's an item called a centrifuge. I look at it, and I remember looked at it, and it said scrap value, so many pounds, it's so much a pound. The scrap value, $750. Or no, $500. That's right, $500. Scrap value of $500. And so I read him the specifications. He says, yeah, that's the machine. I'm interested in that machine. How much you want for it? I says, just a minute. I'm going, Dad, here's this machine. We have it down there. We'll get $500 in scrap. What should I ask for it? He says, ask $1,500, but take $1,000. Because he's going to chisel you. But you'll get $1,000, you'll double your money. You'll do all right. Hello, sir.
Does the machine work? Is it
We don't know whether it works or not.
I don't know, because if it's an operating one, it's worth way more than $500.
Well, we assume everything that's operating, they told us it was operating at the time
So
that
it isn't just scrap. He might want to use it as a centrifuge.
Well, he would use it as a centrifuge. But he has a shop that he rebuilds them. So what he wants the parts, and he'll put in the new bearings and make it work.
Okay.
So we are asking $1,500 for this machine. And he says, you got a pencil handy? I says, yeah. He says, my purchase order number is A15632. I will be at your plant tomorrow with a check for $1,500 to look at the machine to make sure it's what you say it is. It's all right, I'll meet you in Buffalo tomorrow. So I go in, Dad, I sold it. He says, well, did you get the $1,000? I says, I got $1,500. Oh, well, maybe you should have asked more. Well, Dad, you were going to take $500 in scrap, and I got you $1,500. He says, well, I guess that's okay. So when do we get the money? Where's the money? I says, I'm meeting him tomorrow in Buffalo. He says, well, make sure you get a check from him. I says, okay, well, he promised me he would bring me up a check. Well, okay, good luck. So the next morning I get in the car early in the morning, and it's a 3-hour drive to Buffalo. So I drive up to Buffalo, and this guy shows up at the plant about noon, and I rent a car, and he comes in, and we go up to the centrifuge. He looks at it, and he spins it, and he checks it, and goes around with his flashlight and looks at it. He says, it's what you say it is. It's fine. Will you load it on the truck? Yes, we'll load it. We have to take it out, load it anyway. We're being paid to do that. Well, fine, we'll load it on a truck. Reaches in his pocket. There's a check, certified check to Arnold Roblin Company for $1,500. Hands me the check. I take it, put it in my pocket. Thank you, sir. I write up a bill. I said, by the way, were you interested in anything else? Yeah, well, as long as I'm here, I'll look around. So we go around and, yeah, I could use that tank. How much you want for that? So I have my Bible with me, and I'll look on the page. We got it down for $200. I said, well, we want $750 for it. Okay, put it down. Then we go over here, and how much you want for that? Yeah, $800. Put it down. And I wind up with another $4,000 or $5,000 worth of stuff that I sell him, and we write it up, and he says, when he gets back, he'll send me a check. So I get home that night, and next morning I walk in the office, I'm really proud. Here, Dad, here's your $1,500. Throw it on his desk. Very good. And I says, here, I hand him a sheet for the sale of all this other little crap in there. And he says, the check will be here in 2 days. Well, they didn't have FedEx in those days. And if you wanted to send money overnight, it was special delivery. Or you could wire through Western Union. It was very complicated to shift money around. And we said, well, we'll wait for 3 days. That was very common to do. So we'll wait for 3 days. And he says, I hope you get at least half of that money, because they're gonna get you. I mean, these guys are all thieves. They're gonna get you. Sure enough, 3 days go by, and a letter comes in from First Machinery, and full amount, purchase order and everything. And we load it up and send it to him. And
he didn't take the extra items loaded?
Well, yeah, he got them
He
loaded.
had it in advance.
Well, he knew he was going to get it. We were going to ship it 2 weeks from that day.
Shipping. He didn't just drive away with it all.
No. You know, this is heavy machinery.
Okay.
You have to put it on a.
He couldn't really.
Sure.
Okay, so you weren't going to be out that bad. All right. So was he impressed? Was he proud? Was he excited? Was he?
No,
You were
no.
waiting for some like congratulations. That's amazing.
Yeah. No.
He didn't do it.
No. See if you can sell him some more stuff. So I kept in touch with the guy. I'd call him up, and he'd say, and make a long story short, I must have sold him off of about 10 or 15 projects. I sold him equipment, and he would come in like the night before. We got to be friends, and he would come in the night before. I'd go up the night before. We'd go out for dinner. We're out for dinner one night, and he says to me, "You know something, Arnold? Next time you go to bid a chemical plant, call me up in advance. I'll go in there with you, and I will tell you what I will pay for this machine, that machine, this machine, that machine, and you'll have that guaranteed money, so that'll guarantee your bid, and you can bid that much more and make sure that you get the project." I said, "That sounds good to me. We'll work together." Then we meet another time, we go out for dinner, and he has a couple of drinks. And I says, what do you do with this stuff? "Oh, well, we take it in, and we take it all apart, and we clean everything. You clean it by putting all the different parts in caustic solution. You take a tank, fill it with water, you throw in caustic flakes, and the caustic cleans the metal. Then we put it together, and then we buy new bearings. We buy a new this and a new belt and maybe a new motor. We put it together, and we spray paint it. And it looks real nice." He says, "I want you to come to New York and see what we do, and see our warehouse." And he says, "Oh, then we go and we sell it." I says, "All right, now, you remember that centrifuge I sold you up in Buffalo?" "Oh, yeah, that was a nice centrifuge." I said, "I'd like to know what did you sell it for? I'm just curious to know." "Well, previously, my father and I had discussions. My father says he bought it from you for $1,500. That son of a bitch probably doubled his money. Probably sold it for $3,000 and doubled his money." And for which I told my dad, I says, "That's his business. That's what he's entitled to that." He says, "Nate, are you sitting down?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "I bought that centrifuge for $1,500. He says, "We sold it for $18,000. He says, "We spent about $5,000 fixing it up. So we had $6,500 into it. We sold it for $18,000. He says, "My boss was so happy he gave me a $5,000 bonus, $2,000 bonus or something like that." He says, "It was a great deal." I says, "You got to be kidding." He says, "No, that's how we do our business." And he had what I call diarrhea of the mouth. He was half sloshed, and he told me what they were buying stuff from me for and how they would triple, quadruple their money. So,
You know what's interesting to me about that is what you said exactly about how your dad said, "I'll bet that son of a bitch doubled his money."
Yeah.
As if, why is that an affront to your dad that the guy turns it around and makes more money doing a thing to it, which is exactly what your dad does, but he begrudges everyone else making extra money. But he does the same thing. He buys it for cheap, sells it for more, but that guy's going to buy it from us and make it. Is it because he's making money off your dad?
yeah.
It's like he feels like
You're
like a guy who's always feeling like everyone's out to screw him.
Well, you're sounding like my psychologist.
Yeah,
Well, this is what I put up with my whole business career.
He's always feeling like someone's out to get him, and he wants to get the best of the other guy.
Except if he sold it. If he sold it, "Hey, I sold it for $1,500. I got $1,500 for that thing. We were going to scrap it for $500. I got $1,500.
Right, he's proud of himself. Making money himself is a big, great thing. And look at me. Anyone else makes money, that son of a bitch made it for that.
No, that's part of my psyche.
Yeah, I mean that tells me you can't really win. You can't.
You can't win.
You can't get approval because it's not.
You'll never.
He doesn't give it up.
You never win till the day you die.
Yeah.
Literally, and it's true. It never got approval.
Yeah, that's hard.
However, I used to hear from people, "Boy, your father thinks you're wonderful. He thinks you're doing a hell of a good job."
Did you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, people would tell me that.
No, I mean, but did you believe that it was true?
That he would say that? Sure.
You did.
Yeah, his offspring was really pulling deals, making money. In other words, my son, not Nate, but my son made one hell of a deal because I really trained him right. I taught him the business, and I taught him how to do this.
But he didn't give that approval to you.
No.
Because this way it's about him telling other people, my son did this, my son did that, my son did
Have you ever thought about being a psychologist?
Yeah.
You sound just like my psychologist.
Yeah, that's actually pretty sad, actually.
That was
It's like
part.
what you're seeking is approval from him, and he's not giving it to you, and you're just trying, and you came in, you were so proud. $1,500, look, I got it. I'll bet that guy's making $3,000. You can't win.
It continued.
Yeah.
It all continued. It was.
Did you at any point? You said you were looking for another job, Kansas City. But you didn't take it. Were you ever looking? I got to get out of here for my own family.
All the time.
So you were looking for a way out.
All the time I was looking for a way out. Well, now we set up what we called the equipment division of Arnold, Roblin Company. So I'm the head of the equipment division of Arnold, Roblin. And I'm selling a couple pieces here and there. And I hear about these guys, and this guy with diarrhea of the mouth tells me how they advertise. I mean, how do you get customers for this stuff? He says there's a journal that comes out weekly called the Chemical Marketing Reporter. He says, get yourself a subscription to it. To get a subscription to it, the last 5 pages are all full of all these dealers listing all the stuff they have. And then there are books. There are people that put out books called like the Surplus Record. You're looking for a centrifuge. You take the book, you look under C, and you look under centrifuge, you go down the line. And sure enough, there's the model you're looking for. And First Machinery has one. You can call them up and you buy it. And you pay $15 for that listing. And you go in there and you list 100 items a month. So it's $1,500 a month of all your inventory listed in this book that everybody gets, and they can find the piece. So it's a question of getting people to find it. So he started telling me where you advertise, how you advertise, what you have. You have just like selling in a store, you have your lost leaders, you have your items that will bring people in, you get them into your warehouse. The idea is you get your customer in your warehouse to look at the machine that he wants. But while he's there, he already had spent the airfare to fly to Cleveland. You picked him up, you bought him lunch. He's got nothing to do but to catch a plane at the end of the day to go home. And he's got 3 hours to kill. In that 3 hours, you make sure you waltz him through your entire warehouse, and you show him, well, what do? You make paint? Well, come on over here. We have all our paint plant equipment here. Oh, you sell dispersers. Oh, how much you want for that disperser? And the idea was if you sold him one machine that he found in your advertising, and then he came to see you and he bought 3 more machines, you really had a big sale. And that was the basis for the machinery business. That was how we built our machinery business, was on that basis. And that's why we had to have a nice place to display everything. And we'd always have a couple of machines we would clean up and demonstrate for them. And we got to the point where we used to run the machines. We run their product, see if it worked right, so that the customer that bought it saw it making their product. So let's get into the 1970s. And
if you're getting into the 70s, you're skipping the birth of Andy.
Well, okay, Andrew was. Andrew was born, and that was a very important because we had just been in the house for a year, and Sue was pregnant again, and I had a reserve meeting on Sunday. That particular Sunday, we were going out to the rifle range to qualify using a rifle, and I took her in on a Saturday night. Took her in. And the doctor says, I'm going to keep her. She's in advanced labor. And 7 o'clock in the morning, he was born, was Andrew. And my heart dropped into my pit of my stomach. He was born, he had a sore on the top of his head, a red sore that was raised up about 1/4 of an inch It was all red, and it was right in the middle of his head, like a knob, and no hair. Oh my God!
In the Force House.
I was just scared out of my mind. Doctor says, don't worry about it. And I says, well, look at that. It's terrible looking. He says, that's what they call a hemangioma. It's a nothing. He says, we treat it and it falls off. He says, kids are born with it on their head, on their arms, on their legs, on their body. He said, he happened to have it on the top of his head. But to me, I looked at it and, oh my God. Well, it did. They treated it. Within a month, it fell off. It was a nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was such a beautiful baby. But to have this big glob on his head just destroyed me. But he convinced me, the pediatrician convinced me, don't worry about it. We go to the pediatrician's office, and they used to take dry ice. They would put dry ice on it, like a skin doctor does. Like they remove a mole. It was like being born with a mole. But it was pretty, on a little baby it was big, and you could really see it. But it was like a nothing. But they couldn't cut it with a scalpel. So we got him home, and he was a great baby. He had an appetite that was ferocious. Whatever he would eat, he wanted more. He would drink milk and want more with it. And, within the first year, Andrew was bigger than Seth. And we used to call it hand-me-ups. We'd buy clothes for Andrew, and when they got too small for him, we gave them to Seth. And to this day, he's bigger than Seth. But just the two of them were the cutest two babies, and were 13 and a half months apart, which consequently, they had the same friends through high school. I mean, they're all, as far as I'm concerned, all flows together. There were the Fields boys, and they were friends with Seth, friends with Smokey, and he never ceased to bring us joyful things, like when he did Lydia the Tattooed Lady. Oh, and we made he did that for a show, black and gold show or something. Roar. And to this day, he still makes videos of him singing to the old people. But he used to, for some reason, he used to go with me. I used to visit an old aunt who was in Montefiore home. And Smokey would go with me. And he would go there, and he would go around and talk to all the old ladies there. And he'd stay with my aunt. And my aunt died. She left him her car, became his car. I don't know if you remember him having a little Plymouth, little red. No, it was a Ford, some kind of little Ford. Thing was all dented on both sides. My aunt was 90 years old. She banged it up, driving it out of the garage and everything. She left it for him. It was worth about $20. But he drove it to school, drove it to Beechwood School. But he liked hanging around the old people.
Let's go backwards a little bit and tell me a little more about, since they're 13 months apart, it's the middle 60s, you've got two sons. What's fatherhood like in your house? What is life like in your house with two babies within a few years, with like a year apart?
Yeah.
Tell me about that and the move to Beechwood didn't happen.
No, it happened already. We were in Beechwood. No, Smokey was born in Beechwood.
Wait.
We moved in 63. We bought the house in 63 and moved into it. Seth was a month old.
I thought you moved to the other house, the first house.
No, I'm sorry. It was the house it was the house. You're right. It was the house in Mayfield Heights.
That was 8. Seth was 8 when you left there.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
So Andy was born into that old house.
He was born in the Mayfield Heights. No, it was John that was born in Beechwood.
Right.
Actually, John was actually born in the other house.
Tell me about he was. Tell me about the life in the house.
Okay, there were certain rules that I laid down. Number one, with my career, my career had blossomed out in the machinery business to where I was traveling all over the country to buy machinery. And I set up a set of rules for myself. I would not be gone more than one night, if at all possible, or if I had to, 2 nights. But I would never be gone the whole week. I would never go out on, in order to, the best way to do it would have been to leave Monday morning, catch a plane somewhere, and spend the whole week going all over the country, come home Friday night after buying equipment, be gone 4 or 5 nights. But I was never gone more than 2 nights. That was my rule. If I had to, I would come home after 2 days, stay home for 1 day, and go again for 2 days. But I would always be no more than 2 days, and mostly 1 day, and mostly not at all, because I wanted to be home to be with those kids. And they used to come with me on Saturday, used to come to the office with me, play with the adding machines and stuff. And I used to go out, and in the summertime, they needed a summer job, so I would take them into the warehouse, and they would clean machinery. This machinery was all greasy and dirty, so they'd take solvent, and they would wipe down the machines. And they had the greasiest, dirtiest jobs, but they had a job for the summer. And they used to come home filthy, dirty. Sue used to make them change clothes in the garage and then come in. But they were, they came in with me every day. And then I instituted something, 1 Saturday with 1 child. So the first Saturday of the month, I would take just Seth. Smokey would be home. I would take Seth and do whatever he wanted to do. If he wanted to go to an auto museum, we went to the auto museum, spent the day there. The next Saturday was with Smokey. And if he wanted to go see automobiles or something, do whatever he wanted to do, he had all these funny ideas of places he wanted to go to. I would go with him. Whatever he wanted, that was his day. So that every Saturday, I would spend Saturday with 1 child until they were old enough to have friends and be, well, they didn't want to go with Dad anymore. But when they were by themselves, I spent a day with them. And maybe we would play in the swimming pool in the yard or something, but it was 1 day per child. And it gave me a chance to bond with them a little bit. But they were very good kids. Seth was always very hyper. He was always like this. His arms were waving around. He'd jump around. And Smokey was the most serene, calm person you would ever want to meet. When he was in vitro, Sue was going to school. She said, she was big out to here. She said she'd sit down in her classroom. He wouldn't kick. She thought he died in vitro because he was very quiet and reserved in vitro. Then after he was born, he was the same way. He would take his nap every afternoon and go to bed early without a problem. Whereas Seth, you're ready to go. Going here, going there, dancing around. I want a sucker. I want a sucker. And he had his own language. He created his own language. I'll never forget the funniest thing was on television. The big thing on television was an ad for a finance company called Public Finance. And they were on all the time. It's always a commercial for public finance. And Seth would sit there. And I remember him sitting in his high chair. Bubbles by ants. Bubbles by ants. What's that, Seth? Oh, bubbles by ants. Bubbles by ants. And I didn't know what he was talking about. One day I'm out driving with him. He's in the chair. And we drive by a public finance store. And he looks over there. Bubbles by ants. And we used to, he would call things by the weirdest names, but it would be sort of like it. It was so funny. But they were good kids. And the two of them just did everything together. And
like twins.
They were like twins would be. But opposite in the uh, in their way they would do things. You know, Seth was always, blah, 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 let's go here, go there, and Smokey, okay.
Was there ever a time that you suspected? I mean, nobody said there was no such thing as ADHD back then,
Right.
Or attention deficit or hyperactive.
Right.
Was there ever a time that you thought maybe there's something that nobody thought about that? In the
No, you
late
didn't think
60s?
about it.
Nobody thought it's just
No, when it started to come about, naturally we did. Later on, we thought, well, no, maybe he was ADHD or whatever it was. He was hyper, but that was just his personality. That he was hyper, and Smokey was tranquil. And of course, you know how he got the name Smokey? He was Smokey in Damn Yankees. That was where the name came from.
I always thought it was Smokey Robinson.
It was Smokey Alston from Damn Yankees. That's what I remember.
Okay.
And everything was great until we moved to Beechwood. And we moved to Beechwood, and I believe that let's see, we moved to Beechwood in '71. Yeah, we moved to Beechwood in '71, and John was born in '69. He was 2 years old when we moved there. But I remember we were on Duval Road. Sue was nursing Jonathan. She was nursing him. Seth walked into the room, and his eyes opened up like this. He saw what was going on. I remember he comes running out. Hey, Andy, come here. You got to see something really cool. This is really cool. And there's Sue nursing the baby. And then another time, they were given, they were in, let's see, we were still in Mayfield Heights, and they were at Lander School, and they were given little, it was Halloween time, and they were given little boxes to go around, and you went around and you trick or treat, and they put in a piece of candy, then you take out the little box, and it was trick or treat for UNICEF, and around trick or treat for UNICEF. So we took the two of them, we had them in costumes, and Smokey is walking behind Seth, and Seth goes up to the first house, and he says, he gets his candy, and he says, trick or treat for UNICEF. And she comes out, she puts a couple of pennies in there. Andy comes over, and he opens it up, trick or treat, drops the candy in there. He takes out his little box and says, trick or treat for Una Andrew. He thought UNICEF, he thought he was saying UNICEF. Trick or treat for Una Andrew. Oh, man, there were all kinds of stuff like that. It was great fun raising kids. Until...
So you said everything was great until we moved to Beechwood. What was bad?
Well,
something bad happened.
Well, we moved to Beechwood. They were at Bryden School, and they did okay, and they did very well in Beechwood schools, and it was good. It wasn't until Seth went to middle school and got involved with the Council on World Affairs, the Junior Council on World Affairs, and became a debater with them, whatever. And they were invited to a conclave in Erie, Pennsylvania. And he went to the conclave in Erie, Pennsylvania, and one of the kids had some pot there. And he took a drag on it, and it was very satisfying for him. It calmed him down. And that was very exciting for him. Came back home, and then we had some suspicion that he was doing some funny things. But he was also, do you remember when he was Porn King of Beechwood? That's how he advertised. They had, you could buy a Playboy magazine in the lobby of the hotel. There's nobody around, and as long as you dropped 75 cents in there, a Playboy magazine came out. So Seth would go up there and he'd buy a couple of Playboy magazines, bring them back to Beechwood School. They were 75 cents, and he'd sell them for $1 a piece and make a quarter. He used to come home with money. He'd say, "I'm the porn king of Beechwood." Then he got good at it. He was selling them for $1.50 a piece.
I bought some of those. It was like Laplace. There was a machine.
Wherever.
By the barbershop.
Yeah, well, wherever it was, he found it.
Oh, he found it all right.
Yeah, he would find it.
So entrepreneurial, just like you, just like Arnold Equipment. Buy something for this, sell it for this.
Mm-hmm.
He had that spirit from you.
No, he had it.
As well, but you. So you thought JCWA, by the way, was high school. It was his freshman year. It was 14 when he started that. So,
See, you know him better than I do.
well, I just know that time.
Well,
because
it was a long time ago for me, and I'm an old
But
man.
I'm saying that your feelings were you suspected stuff, but it hadn't yet become a problem or an issue yet for you.
No, it was no issue.
What were the discussions like in your house about that?
I didn't want him to use it around the house, but I found out that he was. But I was a little weird. I remember one day he had a friend over, and they were down in the basement, and was supposed to be studying or something. And I went and I got a lawn chair, and I went and I brought it over by the basement window so I could look down and see them in action. And they couldn't see me through the basement window, and they had this thing. It was a pipe, and they're passing it back and forth, puffing on it. And then he used to smell like it, and he had it all over his fingers. We put up with all of that. We put up with all of that until he went to college. Until he went to Miami, and then he absolutely hit bottom at Miami. He had been there for somewhere in his freshman year where he got real high and went up on the roof of the dormitory, and he was going to jump off, play Superman. He was going to fly. And I get this call from Oxford, from the guidance counselor or the resident advisor in the dormitory. Said your son was really got into trouble here. He got up on the roof and he almost jumped off. He said we had to call the police. Police and fire department came and they went up on the roof. And they got him, put him in a straitjacket, and took him to Hamilton, Ohio, and threw him in a cell because they were afraid he'd jump off the roof. And he said, then we got a call for the hospital. You better come down and get him right away. So we left that afternoon. We drove down to Hamilton, and they brought him out in a straitjacket, or I don't know if it's a straitjacket or just had handcuffs on him or something, and they drugged him up. So we put him in the car so he would sleep. And we brought him home, and then we didn't know what to do, so we called the Cleveland Clinic, and they had a drug rehabilitation place. They had a clinic or something for it. It wasn't a 28-day program. It was something else. But we went down there and made an appointment with the doctor. We took him down there, and the doctor says, well, marijuana isn't so bad. People get into it, and it's the stuff they put in it. They seed it. Those days they were putting heroin or something in with pot to spice it up. And he says, that's what gets kids in trouble. And he says, we dry them out. So they dried him out. It took 3 days to dry him out, and they sent him home.
So he finishes that.
No, from detox or anything.
The problem still exists. So
of
he's
course.
home but he's dried out. But what do you do then?
Sent him back to school. We didn't know anything else. Sent him back to school, and then somehow we got him home again, and we found out that he had been using, and he agreed to go into a 28-day treatment program. So we found a place out in Lorraine. And he goes into the 28-day treatment program, and every Tuesday they have Parents' Day. So Sue and I would drive out there, out to Lorraine on a Tuesday morning, and we would have workshops with the kids and doing different things with them. And then they told us, they said, meaning us, the parents, only the parents were in the room, you have to do something, you have to be proactive and do something. What do? You go to either Al-Anon, or there's a wonderful organization called Families Anonymous. And we'll give you a list of Families Anonymous programs in Cleveland. And you should go to a Families Anonymous a couple times. Go 2 or 3 times, and it would be very worth your time. In the meantime, you got to practice tough love. If the kid fools around, you kick him out of the house. You do this, you do that. And you don't blame yourself. You're not at fault. These kids get involved in it. It's not your fault. They get involved. Somehow they get it with other kids. And all they have to do is just try it once or twice. And it's so good that they want more. And you can't just stop after one day. You got to. It's very, very addictive. So we came home to Cleveland, and Sue
right there, where you were just telling me about him going back to school. And Families Anonymous.
Okay, so now we're asking around, and a friend of Sue's, I don't know how they got on the subject, but she started talking. She had a daughter who had been to treatment and so on, and she was going to Families Anonymous meetings. She says, it's a great meeting Friday night at a church. So Sue says, we got to go. We got to try it. It's okay, we'll go. So we went on a Friday night. We go up to this church on the corner of Fairmont and Coventry, and walk into this room, and they have the chairs set up in a circle. There's probably about 25 people there, and we really feel strange, Man, we're going to go there just because we have a son who is in treatment. And what if we see somebody we know? Well, not only did we know, we knew almost everybody there. It's a whole room full of mostly Jewish people sitting around. And we walked in, and they greeted us and told us to sit down in one place, just sit there and just listen. And they started out with, they pass out these sheets of paper where you say the 12 steps and the 12 something else, and talk about it's not our fault and this and that. And then somebody has the lead, and they get up there and they start talking. They said, well, we found my kid had gotten into trouble, and my kid had did this, did that, and we put him into treatment. We had 28-day treatment. We find that all the stories are just like us. There's nothing new under the sun. And whoa. But everything that occurs there stays there. And then they go around the room and you throw $1 in the basket. And they have a meeting every week, and they pass out lists of where they have meetings. So we started going on Friday nights, and it was very good. And then we said, well, maybe we ought to go 2 nights a week. So we went to a group in Shaker. Then we found a group at Fairmont Temple and a group somewhere else. Well, 4 or 5 nights a week, we were going to FA meetings. And then we found out they had what is called intergroup. An intergroup met once a month, and you'd have a representative from each meeting would come downtown, and they used the Catholic diocese, gave us a meeting room, and they would have a meeting of the whole intergroup. They would talk about things they were doing at their meetings. And on one of them, I became an intergroup representative to the intergroup. And I went to the intergroup meetings, and they were having getaway weekends. And every summer, not necessarily in the summer, it could be in the fall or winter, they would go to a state park, and they would rent the state park and have a weekend retreat. All FA people. And they always used to make up a funny skit, and then they used to have workshops. I'll never forget, first time we went, they did a skit where they satirized Snow White. And they took a toilet seat. They hung a toilet seat on the wall. And she went up there and she said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the coolest of them all?" And somebody behind the mirror says, "I dig you the most." Silly things. Then we would go in costume. And one time, we went to the getaway weekend. They had a costume night. Everybody had to create a costume. And there was this one couple from the meeting out in Berea or Broadview Heights, some white Anglo-Saxon Protestant community on the west side. And what was their costume? Blackface. They put on blackface. And we were from the Shaker group, and we had a couple of black people with us. Oh, man, were we embarrassed. What a terrible time that was. But we eventually went, one time there was a cruise. We went on a 3-day cruise to the Bahamas, flew to Florida, and it was sailing to serenity. And it was all FA people. We had workshops and stuff. And then every year we had a convention. Once a year we went to the convention in Chicago, once in New York. And the two of us became very active in our FA group. And we were the lead many times, and we were leaders in it. And I got elected to go to the intergroup, be the representative from Cleveland Heights at the intergroup. Then I got active at the intergroup, and we had a convention in Cleveland. And Sue and I put on a skit about being parents of drug people. And the skit was a hit of the convention. And I was elected to the National Board of FA. FA was headquartered out in Los Angeles in one of the suburbs, northern suburb, off whatever the freeway was that went east and west on the north part of Los Angeles, near Anaheim, something. And I was on the national board of FA for a while, and then that's why I spoke at the high school. You talked about me speaking. Well, because I was really involved. I was so heavily involved, I thought that would take away my embarrassment of being an FA. And
what would be embarrassing about being an FA?
Well, I'd have to go to, in Beechwood, in Beechwood, everybody, whether they do it out loud or they do it in your mind, criticizes everybody else. We all went to high school together. And I didn't want to be in front of a bunch of high school friends, tell them that I was raising a drug addict. To me, that was embarrassing. Didn't want to say it.
But isn't the point of FA that it doesn't reflect on you? That it's
Oh yeah.
So, but you were still not. You didn't believe that. You were thinking it does reflect on me.
Well, I wasn't exactly proud of it. I didn't particularly want to go and stand on the public square and announce it. Mm-hmm. And it was an emotional thing. It went back and forth for several years with it. Eventually, we dropped out.
Why did you drop out?
I think it was about the time that Seth left. He was already he was in school. He went back to school. First he flunked out, and then he went back to school, and we found out that he was dealing drugs in Oxford. He was selling all over the place. So he came home Thanksgiving time, and this was the way we were supposed to do it in FA. I took him and I looked him straight in the eye, and I said, you know you're not supposed to be involved in drugs. You went to treatment and you pledged that you would not be involved, and here we found out you were doing it. Is it true? Yes. Well, you know what I said. I said, if I ever caught you using drugs again, I would throw you out. So you have 1/2 hour to get out of my house. I said, but wherever you land, call me. So I threw him out, and he went to Columbus. I lived in Columbus for a while and wound up in Tennessee in a commune for a while. Then he wound up out in California. By the time he got to California, it's about the time I dropped out of FA. I was just sick about the whole thing.
It wasn't helping you anymore?
Well, I was sane about it, and I came to grips with it, but I didn't have to deal with it every week. Just didn't deal with it. It was just shoved in the background, and has been there ever since. Well, I know that he uses now, but listen, he lives a good life, and I go with it.
Nothing you can do.
There's nothing I can do about it, and I'm sure as hell not going to do it myself. And he keeps telling me, he says, yeah, you're nervous all the time, aren't you? I says, yeah, I am. That's the way I am. I'm a little hyper and nervous. He says, all you got to do is smoke one joint. You feel much better. Seth, I'm not going to do it. He said, okay. He knows where I stand, and I know where he stands. I don't have to say a thing. But he sure takes delight in telling me about it.
Yeah.
So I know that he goes to these retreats. I call it a retreat. He calls it a concert. Goes for 3 days, and they like I was going to say Woodhawk. It's not Woodhawk. It's Woodstock. Just like Woodstock. That's what he goes to. And like he just came back from one. I says, was there pot all over the place? He said, oh, yeah. He says, it was all through the air and everything. I said, well, good. Enjoy. Don't do it around me. But when he came to work for me, he came to work for John and I. John and I had been together there in the business, and John caught him smoking one time. He went outside the office, and there was some woods out there, and John walked out there, and oh.
Was that the end of him working for you?
Huh?
Was that the end of him working for you?
No. He chose to not work for me. I gave him a choice. I gave him every opportunity I could. At the time that he left working for me, I was already in the appraisal business. I had this used machinery company, and John was doing a very good job for me. John came to work for me many years before Seth did, and all we had was arguments. Why are you paying him more than you're paying me? And why does he do this and why does he do that? And John against Seth and Seth against John. Why, he's my little brother. Why, he's not, I don't want him telling me what to do. I said, well, the only way to resolve the two of them working for me, if they wanted to take over the business, was to, number one, let's find a business psychologist. Found a guy in Beechwood. We went to him. It cost us, I don't know, $150 a session or something. And he came up with ideas about how they could get along together. And they would come home and they didn't have their arms around each other, and they were yuppie-duppie, and 2 days later they were fighting again. And Seth was very unhappy. Oh, I can make more money doing other things. And I tried to treat him well. He came to work for me. We leased him a Lexus SUV. It was a used one, but it was his car. Well, then John got a bigger car. And why does he drive a bigger car and I'm driving this old junker? And I said, Seth, I tell you what, why don't I teach you the appraisal business? John doesn't like it. I'll teach you that business. It was one part of our company. So he came with me. He says, I don't like this. And he just couldn't seem to get the real gist of the machinery business. He was just not with it. I says, well, do whatever you want. He says, well, I'm going to leave, and I can get a job as an office manager. And I know that I've got skills that they can use, and I'll do good. And this girlfriend he was with said there's a job opening at Progressive. So he went to work for Progressive, and he thought he died and went to heaven. Because the guy that started Progressive was a pot smoker. And there were no rules against smoking pot at Progressive. Still aren't. And you'll notice his office is in his home. And they allowed him to do that. And they started that with a lot of their people. And he's done very well. But I think you hit the nail on the head with him. If he would work full time, wouldn't be off all the time. He'd get promoted. But every time I just signed up for a promotion. There's 6 of us trying out for it. Well, did you get the job, Seth? No, they don't understand me. Didn't get the job. He hasn't gotten it. But he's gotten, because he's done okay, they've moved him in certain places. And I guess he does a job for them. Seems to get paid good. And he's got some money and was able to buy that house. So he lives a life. He comes home with the weirdest women, one after another. Best one of all was the one that worked at Progressive that got him the job there. And he broke up with her. And then he had that nutcase out in, she lived out in Tanglewood. Boy, she was really something. But there he is. So, besides his smoking, which he doesn't do around me, when he's around me, he is the most wonderful son you could ever want. Calls me every day. Well, phone rang there before he called me back. Calls me every day between 12 and 1. If he doesn't call earlier or later, find out if I'm okay. He looks after me. Looks after me in every way possible. I used to go shopping. I would call him from Heinen's. I'm leaving Heinen's now. And by the time I got home, he was at home, taking in all the groceries and put them away. He still does it for me every once in a while here. And he's over here. Anytime I call him for anything about the computer, he's on it. Take care of it right away. And it never puts it off and never complains. I apologize. I always apologize to him. Because I'm imposing on him. He says, that's no imposition. I'm happy to do it for you. And he is there for me. Well, the others are there for me, but not instantaneous. I mean, the other 2 are good kids. But Smokey's down there in Texas, and I talk to him once a week for a half hour. Call him on Saturday morning, and he tells me everything he's doing and all his problems and everything. John is a hard worker. He wants to make money. He wants to make more money than is possible to make. And he wants to set the world on fire with used machinery. Doesn't want to do appraisals, doesn't want to do anything else but sell machinery. And he lives it. And he loves that business. But he gets aggravated with it. He calls me up. Oh, I'm aggravated with the business. I said, John, I had plenty of aggravation myself. Plenty of bad times when I wanted to quit, but I hung in there and see what I did. And then, of course, if we're ending this thing, what did I do? what did I do for those years? I stayed in just selling machinery. And my father moved to Buffalo with Roblin. Roblin Industries became an integrated steel company, became a big steel company. It's on the American Stock Exchange. We all had stock in it. And my father moved to Buffalo to become manager of Roblin's Scrap Products. And I was left in Cleveland. We had offices on Chagrin Boulevard. We had this big executive office, which was my father's office, and a small office was mine. My father moved to Buffalo to take over Roblin's Scrap Products. I said, okay. And I was made the head of Arnold Roblin Company. And I said, okay, now I can move into the big office. He says, no, I want the big office for when I come to Cleveland. And we had to keep that office empty for him. Then I got a liquidation out in Paynesville. Did you ever go to Camp Wise in Paynesville? Well, everybody that ever went to Camp Wise knew that it smelled out there. Why did it smell? Because next door to Camp Wise was this big factory owned by a Jewish guy where they made rayon. And there's a product in rayon that when they produce it, it gives off an odor. So we took down the odor plant. And, well, it was very involved how we got the deal, but we got it. We got it in partners with a machinery dealer out of Chicago. His name was Bob Newman. Bob became a good friend of mine. And my father retained 50% interest in Arnold Equipment Company, which is what we ultimately became. And Bob Newman and I decided to bid on this project in Paynesville of liquidating this big rayon facility and wrecking it. It was a combination wrecking and machinery project. My father was getting ready to retire. And I told Bob, I says, if we get this job, this project, we'll bring my father back and he'll run the wrecking end of it. So,
Wait, if it brings him back,
well, he had the experience for doing the wrecking, and I sure as hell didn't want to do the wrecking work. So it would be a good thing. And he wasn't real happy about being retired. So we wrote up the sheet on what we had there. And I remember on this sheet of paper on the bid, well, it was a sheet, it was like 20 sheets. I wrote down there, sale of all the equipment, $100,000. My father wrote down in his comments, if you're lucky, and they put his initials on there and circled it. We kept it. I should have taken that thing out and framed it because we did the project. Instead of making $100,000, or selling $100,000, where we would have made $10,000, we made a profit of $3 million wrecking that plant. So that's when we put away. I went.
what year was this?
1973. 73, we got the Paynesville project, and our accountant said, you know, you're going to make a lot of money on this, and the tax is going to kill you. First of all, you're in partners, it's a partnership. And secondly, the government will tax a partnership on a deal like this, like a what they call a collapsible corporation. And it's like a guy that forms a syndicate to build an apartment house. Like this apartment house here is owned by 4 or 5 builders that own this apartment house. And they all get a piece of it. And when they build the apartment house, then it's done, and they split up the profits. It's taxed in a different way. And our accountant said, the best way to do it is to divorce yourself, put Arnold Equipment over here, put Newman's company over here, and form a whole new company. You can operate your company on your own, pay taxes on it, do whatever you want with it there, and the same thing with the Chicago. But form a corporation to tear down this building, to do the liquidation. So we formed Arnold Newman Company. So we had a big meeting, We brought all the stockholders together. Newman came in there, and his son, and I was there with my father. And now we've decided, yeah, we like what the accountant says. We formed a corporation, Arnold Newman Company. We have to elect officers. My father says, I'm going to be the president. Well, why are you going to be president? Because I have more experience than anybody else. So I'm going to be the president. And he was. He was the president of Arnold Newman Company, knew nothing about the selling of equipment. I ran the whole company, and we were making so much money on that deal that we set up a profit sharing, the 401k and everything. And I made sure that my father, as president, got the most money in his profit sharing plan. And the way the salaries were based, this was 1973, salaries were based that my father got $1,200 a week. I made $1,100 a week. Newman got $1,000 a week, and Newman's son got $700 a week. His son never came around. He just got paid because they owned half the business. But nonetheless, my father banked more than 50% of his money, and in his profit sharing plan, he had a big chunk of money which he invested in the stock market, which made money, because that's how he retired, which we all inherited. When he died, we inherited money from him. But he got most of his money out of that deal where we made $3 million was on the profit end. It was very, very good, a very good project. Another part of my life, besides being successful in machinery, we had a big place in Cleveland, a big warehouse. Another part of my life was Israel. 1974, I had been making a lot of money.
Let's start that section. I need to change up battery.
This is Eretz magazine. Eretz means land in Hebrew. And I just love to sit and read. And here it is, my favorite saying. Next year in Jerusalem. I know Jerusalem upside down and backwards. I could give a tour of Jerusalem. One of my favorite restaurants, maybe my favorite restaurant in Jerusalem, is an Arab restaurant in East Jerusalem. We always go there, right in the heart of the West Bank.
Okay, Israel.
1974. Wonderful year. I'm making good money. Living on Duval, not Duval, living on Hazelmere Road. I'd bought that house already. My wife and I are living very nicely. Taking a few long needed vacations. We went to Club Med, which is a bunch of resorts in the Caribbean. We had taken other cruises and so on. Now all of a sudden, we're going to take a big trip. It was time that we took a good vacation, really good vacation. So Sue says, I want to go to Israel. I said, I want to go to Europe. I would like to go to Europe. I would like to go to Paris, London, tour Europe and everything. She says, well, I want to go to Israel. I've been studying Israel for years and years, and I love Israel, and blah, blah, blah. Never been there. I want to see what it's like. I'm going to Israel. You're more than welcome to come with me if you want. If you don't want to, I'm going by myself, but I'm going to Israel. So I said, well, Israel, they're fighting with Arabs over there, and I don't know if I want to go there. I really don't. But Israel is a foreign country. There's a lot of foreign people there. I studied it in Sunday school. I belonged to a synagogue, and they were always talking about Israel, and Israel was this, Israel was that. All right, we'll go to Israel this year. Next year, we'll go to Europe. So we go and we look and get pamphlets and everything. American Jewish Congress, 2-week tour to Israel. Fine. We sign up for it. under duress. I said, I really don't want to go, but okay. And I always liked to make fun of things. So I remember we fly to New York, and we're sitting in the waiting area there, and all these people are coming in with the long black coats and the black hats, and they're all davening, praying like crazy. And I was telling my wife, this is really funny. I mean, it's right out of the books. It's right out of the movies. This is Fiddler on the Roof out of the movies. So we get on board the plane. We take off for Israel. And while we're in the lobby there, the guy come up to me and said, Mister, you do us a yid? Yeah. Come daven. So going to daven with the guy, put on tefillin, and all this stuff. So now we're up in the air. Now I find out that when you're up in the air, you're 30,000 feet up in the air. You're 30,000 feet closer to heaven than you were when you're down below. So all of the Orthodox ones, get up and they go to the back of the plane and they're praying. Then they go to the front of the plane, they're praying there, and they go and they drag me. Yeah, come on, we need a 10th man. They go back there and stand there, and they were praying and davening and everything. I'm telling my wife, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. This is odd. This is not me. So now, plane is coming down, and we know we're in descent. Pilot comes on there, turns on the microphone, which means ladies and gentlemen. We are now passing over the Greek islands. In just a few minutes, it was pitch black outside. He says, the lights, you're going to see lights, and the lights to the right on the ground, that's Jaffa. And the lights on the left side of the plane, that's Tel Aviv. And in 5 minutes, we'll be on the ground in Israel. Welcome to Israel. Brukim Abahim LaYisrael. And he puts on a record of Avenu Shalom Aleichem. Everybody is singing. And I look across the aisle. Some Orthodox woman, she's barfing away. It's throwing up right in the pot. And everybody's dancing and yipping around. And all of a sudden, we're on the ground. And I look out of the plane, and the mechanics come out to put in the fuel and stuff. And they're all got Hebrew on their backs and their fronts. They're all Jewish. So, oh my God, I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I'm in Israel. Oh my God. I feel very strange feeling. I really did. Felt very strange. You get off the plane, and they gather us together. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and they put us on a bus, and they take us to the hotel. You're going to be downstairs for breakfast at 7 o'clock in the morning. We got a lot of touring to do. Let's meet the tour guide. And, this is all very mystical for me. I mean, I really feel, what's happening to me? I really feel strange. I'm getting chills. And it's really starting to affect me. Get up the next morning, we get dressed, and we go to the Wailing Wall. Now we're standing at the wall. Well, it seems that years before my great-grandmother was alive, she died when I was 14 years old. I remember we were out at the cemetery. They pulled the coffin out of the hearse, and the pallbearers were standing over to the side, and Mr. Cuman opens up the coffin, and he takes a jar, opens it up, and it has sand in it. He pours a little sand all over her face. Pours the sand all over her. Then he closes up the coffin. So I'm 14 years old, curious. I says, Mr. Cuman, what was that for? He says, well, that's sand from Palestine. Your great-grandmother wanted to be buried in the dirt of Palestine, and this is symbolic of that. And there I am standing in front of the wall, and I'm thinking about this, burying Grandma Cohn, and I'm thinking, I am the first person in my family, on both sides, my mother's family and my father's family, to be in Israel. And they all talked every year we'd have Passover next year in Jerusalem and everything. There I am standing in Jerusalem at the Wailing Wall. And it's just mystified me. And I swear to God, 2 weeks I floated 2 feet above the ground. And I just was amazed and just fell in love with everything about it. The artwork, the antiquity, the everything about Israel was just magnificent for me. And I really, my wife was in all her glory, and we really were just enchanted, completely enchanted with all of Israel. It was so beautiful. Now it was the last night we were there. We went down to the wall, and we hugged each other, and we said, we promise we will be back with the boys to visit, but we will return. That's the only way we could leave. And we left, and we came home, and 2 years later we went with all 3 boys to Israel for 5 weeks and toured with the boys. And since then, I've gone to Israel 14 times, fell in love with it. As you can see, I have Israel on all my pictures. That picture there that's by Rosenstein. That's the creation. That picture there is the story of the creation. You'll notice it starts with looks like an olive, and there's a picture there with 2 people. That's Adam and Eve with their child in the middle, and in it is day and night, and the heavens and the earth and everything. And that's a picture of Jerusalem, and the whole collage on the wall is all stuff in Jerusalem. And I came home, and I enrolled in the College of Jewish Studies and started to take Hebrew. And I studied Hebrew. I can speak Hebrew. I can understand Hebrew. Not real well. And as I go on in years and don't use it, I lose it. But I'm hoping to return one more time to Israel. And we have friends there, and we have stories. I could do a whole 3-hour tape on stories of Israel, of different things that we did, both funny, serious, and everything in between. We volunteered. I taught English as a second language to adults in Beit Shan in Israel. And we belong to a synagogue in Israel. Rabbi's a good friend of mine, Rabbi Kelman. One of his famous quotes is he would see us coming there in the summertime. We'd come to Friday night services. I remember him. He was up on a balcony one time. We walked in, and we were with a bunch of people, and we hear the rabbi shouting out, "It must be summertime. The Arnolds are here." They knew us at the synagogue, and we donated to the synagogue when my wife died, and everything to me. I have all kinds of tchotchkes from Israel. Everything has meaning. Every piece that I have here has meaning from Israel. And even the little one thing on the wall there, the Mizrad, that is in every Israeli house has one of those. You hang it on the eastern wall so that you pray to that, and that goes towards Jerusalem. That's the directional sign to Jerusalem. And here, look at this is the Israeli handbook, and all these books. This is Eretz magazine. Eretz means land in Hebrew. And I just love to sit and read. Here it is, my favorite saying. Next year in Jerusalem. I know Jerusalem upside down and backwards. I could give a tour of Jerusalem. One of my favorite restaurants, maybe my favorite restaurant in Jerusalem, is an Arab restaurant in East Jerusalem. We always go there, right in the heart of the West Bank. We go there for dinner. I eat Arab food. I've been in Palestinian homes. I was in the home of a woman with her husband. She's got her face covered and wearing the long dress and everything, who told me about why she thinks that Palestine should be a country. We debated it. I've spoken on Israel many times. When I came home from Israel, from I think my third or fourth trip, I was at Fairmont Temple one day and met with had a meeting with the principal of the Sunday school at Fairmont Temple, who was a friend of ours. And she said to me, she says, Nate, you've been to Israel so much, why don't you teach it? And I said, I could. I really could, because I know enough about it. And I taught 15 years at Fairmont Temple. I taught Israel class. And I've spoken at the temple about Israel. We saved a family out of the Soviet Union that were hardcore refuseniks and got them settled in Israel. And I call Israel every once in a while, talk to people in Israel. We're active in Israeli organizations. Yesterday all day I was working for Na'amat Women. They raise money to help women in Israel. I worked at a little arts and crafts store in Jerusalem called Yad L'Hashish. It's a story in itself about, it's a workshop for elderly people where they make arts and crafts for sale, souvenirs in Israel. And I volunteered working for them, raising money for them. And I'm just very much enchanted with Israel.
It sounds like the first time you went there, that feeling you felt.
Still feel it.
You felt like you were home.
Yeah.
In a place you've never been before.
Right.
And that has stayed with you forever.
Right.
You belong there. Why did you not move to Israel?
Because, number one, I want money. I couldn't make a good living.
Did you consider it at one point?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we considered it. One thing I considered very strongly was representing a manufacturing company in America. Somebody told me about a guy who made chemical machinery. All the stuff that I sold used, he made new. And I went to visit him, and we became very good friends. Oh, he took me to his country club, and he had me over for dinner, and he made mixers and blenders, reactors, and he had a regular catalog and everything. And I wanted to represent him in the United States. And I remember we sat down to negotiate, and I said, okay, let's take this one sheet. You have a certain number of blenders here. How much do you get for a 20 cubic foot blender? He looked at me, he says, I don't know. What's it worth? I says, well, I got to quote a price. I mean, I'm going to go to DuPont Company. I'm going to walk in there, to show them your catalog. They're going to look at a reactor. They're going to say, how much money? I got to tell them it's $20,000. It's $30,000. He says, so you put a price on it. Whatever you get. That's what I got from him. I said, I can't work for somebody. You don't do business in America. I can't walk into Union Carbide and sit down with the purchasing agent, a hardcore guy sitting there, how much you want for that mixer, sir? And then go and sit there and go, I says, how do you sell this stuff? He was, you know who his biggest customer was at the time? There was diplomatic relations with Iran between Israel and Iran. They had diplomatic relations. The Shah of Iran was his best customer. They were selling to Iran. But we never did get together. We finally dropped it. But I sold equipment in Israel. I sold a couple paint mixers in Israel. And a great story. It's Rosh Hashanah. We go to services in the morning. We come home. We're making lunch. And I call the office because, God forbid, I should be away from the office more than 4 hours. I call the office. Hello, Pat, what's doing? She says, oh, nothing much. That was my secretary. I said, any business there? She says, yeah, there's these three guys came in, and they're with Nick. That was my salesman. They were with Nick in the warehouse. They're looking at a machine. I said, oh, where are they from? Well, they're from Israel. I says, Pat, they're not from Israel. Today is Rosh Hashanah. They're not from Israel. Well, they said they were from Israel. Just a minute. Get them on the phone. So we had a paging system then. So she pages Nick in the phone in the back and says, Nick, you with those guys? Yeah. I said, where are they from? Oh, they're from Israel. I says, they're putting you on. This is a put on. Let me talk to one of them. All right, just a minute. Hey, Moshe, come here. So the guy comes over, picks up the phone. He says, hello. I says, Atam Mayaretz, which means you're from Israel? He says, yeah. I says, hey, Fo. He says, Beit Shan, which is a city in Israel. I says, whoa, you're from Israel and you're here in America? Yeah. I says, just stay in the warehouse. I'll be over in a few minutes. I ran in and told my wife she was making lunch. I says, put everything on a low fire. We're going to the yard right now. We're going to the office. We got in the car. We drove right over there to the yard. I walk in. There's these three guys standing there, typical Israeli guys. And I'm hoping, shalom, shalom. And what are you doing here? Well, they are going to be a licensee for a company called Molded Fiberglass in Ashtabula. So they had come here to the United States for training, and they're on their way back to Israel so they could be back for Yom Kippur. I says, but today's Rosh Hashanah. He says, well, I guess you don't know that in Israel, we really don't celebrate Rosh Hashanah like you do here. We usually go to the beach. It's not a religious holiday. The religious holiday is Yom Kippur. He says, and so we need to find this one mixer, and we saw that you had it, and we figured you'd be open today because all the other places are run by Jewish people. We saw it was Arnold equipment. We figured you were a goy, so that you would be open. So we called up and we came over, and they bought the machine, and we shipped it to Israel in a crate, which my father built. Oh, great crate. And we shipped it to Israel, and they used it. And fast forward 25 years, and I'm in Israel teaching English as a second language, and sure enough, I'm in Beit Shan. And suddenly it hit me, hey, I sold a mixer in Beit Shan. So I asked one of the guys who was showing me around, I said, do you have a plastics factory here? Oh, yeah, Shama. It's over there. I says, do you have a mixer that mixes like this? A dough mixer? Yeah, we got it. We got it in America. I said, where is it? Well, we don't use it anymore. We stuck it out in the field. So I want to see it. So the guy takes me over to the field, and there's a mixer sitting there with his gray paint. It was the only color we painted everything. It was Arnold Equipment Gray sitting in a field, this mixer sitting by itself right there. He says, boy, we made a lot of money with that mixer. Oh, that's good. That was the mixer. I said, do you remember? I said, who bought it? He said, well, Shy over there. He was the one that bought it. Went over to him. I introduced myself. I said, do you remember coming to Cleveland, Ohio? Oh, yeah. He says, we bought it. It was a young guy there, tall young guy. Oh, that was you. Can you imagine I found the machine in Israel by accident? My machine? Oh, my God. So one of the guys on the trip with us, he says, Nate, I never saw anything like it. I never saw a guy get so excited about a piece of junk in all my life. There you are, hugging that piece of junk. I took pictures of it and everything.
Did you want?
No, it was an old machine. It had seen its better day. I wasn't going to ship that back to the U.S. No. But I had the idea that what I wanted to do after the 6-Day War, no, it was later the 6-Day War. No, but it was later on. I got the idea that if I was in Israel, go around to some of these plants and buy their old machines, that I could hire back. They told us that there were factories there where they would, after they were in a war with like Egypt, they would capture the ammunition, the cannons, the rifles and stuff. They bring them back to a factory, take them apart and recondition them, and give them to their soldiers. So they'd have reconditioned equipment to use, because you can't always buy weapons and so on the marketplace. And I said, I would like to set up a factory for reconditioning equipment. And I would go around Europe and the Middle East and buy used equipment, have it sent to Israel, or rebuild it in Israel, and send it to the United States to sell it. But we never did it.
You were almost an arms dealer.
Yeah. Well, no, I would do it with machinery. Same thing. Yeah, but like an arms dealer. That's right. But,
So you never really did answer was it ever a serious discussion of moving the family to Israel?
yeah, well, we discussed it, but, when we got to know people that lived there and everything, I remember a woman from Cleveland, Esther Luria, her husband was a doctor. He was at Hadassah Hospital. And I remember we asked her, she said, what's it like living in Israel? She started to cry. She says, I wish I was back in Beechwood. She says, we've got everything here, but, we're missing all the good things that we had in life there. Now, I have a cousin who lives on a kibbutz in Israel, and has a beautiful kitchen, marble sinks and everything, and he has a flat screen TV and a refrigerator and a big freezer, and he's air conditioned. And I remember the guy that owned the plant that made the machinery drove a sports car and belonged to a country club. I mean, if you did it, you could do it right, but the kids didn't want to move. Especially Andrew. He didn't like Israel at all. Seth would have moved to Israel. And John went back a number of times, and he liked it too. But the way to make a big fortune, the way to make a small fortune in Israel is you start with a big fortune. It's very, very expensive. This apartment in Jerusalem, you buy your apartments there. Everything is condos. $2 million U.S. This apartment. Just, 2-bedroom like this with a nice view. $2 million. Just a plain, simple apartment was $100,000. And what you do is you buy it and you live there the rest of your life. And you just keep paying the bank. The bank will give you a 40-year mortgage. And they'll subsidize it. 2% mortgage, 1% mortgage. And you buy a car, you'll drive that car 15, 20 years. You'll keep it going. Because they just don't, not like here, you buy a new car every 2 years. No, there you got a car, you're stuck with it for years.
So
and
it was a better life here, and you knew that. Even as much as you loved it there, this is...
spiritually that's better. But I figured, I can go there when I want. Yeah. But I'm not ready to give this up. I happen to like luxuries. I mean, a person like my cousin who lives on the kibbutz with the fancy stuff is one of 1,000. Most of them live in these, they're almost like tenement houses. And it's a different ballgame. You must have run into a lot of Israelis out in Los Angeles because you didn't? That's where they all go.
Not in my area.
Well, all the Yordim go to Los Angeles.
All right, so I think actually we are sort of getting close to the finish line here, but I'd love to hear, tell me what your life has been like for, actually, wait a minute.
What my life has been like?
Wait,
all right.
Wait, we should probably go over Sue's illness.
Illness? Yeah, well, my life was a lot of illness. A lot of illness.
How that started and how that, we know how that ended, but tell me about
Okay.
that.
Well, fortunately, we lived a very healthy life. All the years we lived in Mayfield Heights, then the first few years we lived in Beechwood. Sue and I had good health. The boys were reasonably healthy. Nothing serious ever happened. Most serious thing that ever happened in our family was Smokey put his hand through a window at band camp. And John lost his front teeth in a car accident. They were all little things that we survived everything. However, I would say must have been around 1990 or so. Sue had, they found she had breast cancer, and they removed a lump. She had a lumpectomy, but she survived it. But she went to a cancer doctor every year. And she got a colonoscopy one time, and the doctor said to me, while she was recovering, the doctor showed me the pictures. She said, you see the black spot there in the colon? Yeah. Well, that's a tumor. It's got to come out. And we found a surgeon, and they had to remove 21 inches of her colon. And what they did was the colon comes up, goes across here and down, comes here, and then it has wound around in your stomach. Where it goes across here, called the transverse colon. They took out a section of her colon, and they put it together, and they sealed it. And after the operation, I forgot when this was exactly, but after the operation, a week or so, not even a week after the operation, she still had stitches and clamps where they had opened her up to do the operation, and she was closed up, and it hurt. She had pain. She said, "Oh, Nathan, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts." And we called the doctor. "Take 2 Tylenol. Call me in the morning." Call him in the morning. It still hurts. 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 He says, "Well, bring her over to the hospital." It was a Saturday afternoon. I bring her to the hospital. They made her wait in the waiting room there at Hillcrest for 4 hours till the doctor got there. And they had taken x-rays of her, and they took her in a room, and the doctor was poking around. He says, "Uh-oh, this is not good." And he had me come in. I was sitting in the room with him. He says, "This is not good." I says, "What's the matter?" He says, "Oh, this is serious. Hand me some towels." There were a stack of white towels there. I hand him some towels. He takes the towels, starts putting them around, and he goes in and he starts pulling out the stitches, the clamps, and he pulls them out one by one, and it starts to ooze out. And it wasn't blood. It was like black, like a black tar was coming out of her body. And it had the worst odor I have ever smelled in my life. Oh, was it vile. It's the worst crap. And he's pulling her open, and hand me another towel. And I says, "Why don't I get a nurse? There's no nurses available. It's just you and I." And we were soaking it up. And then he takes a vacuum pump, and then it had a hose, and he goes into her, and he's sucking this black stuff out of her. And its smell was just horrendous. But I didn't want to barf. I would have barfed. I had her open and everything. And he cleaned her out and admitted her to the hospital. The next day they took her into surgery, and they redid everything and sewed her up. And it was still oozing. And the scar that they had there wouldn't heal. And they put a pump. They took a pump, and it had a tube that came, and they put the pump right into her, and they were sucking this stuff out of her, and it was what they call necrotizing fasciitis. Necro means to die, and fasciitis refers to the fascia, which is a covering of membrane across here that had become effective, and it was flesh-eating disease from the operation. And I said, "Will you write that down, please, on a piece of paper?" So he wrote it down on a piece of paper, and I came home, and I looked it up. I Googled it, And necrotizing fasciitis is this flesh-eating disease. It says most of the time it's fatal, 90% fatal. And
what year is this?
Well, it wasn't that long ago. Now, I have to kind of go back in through it. We're in the 2000s already. Yeah, we're into 2000s. It's probably 2005, 2010, something like that. And actually, the kids could probably tell you the exact date. Anyway, she had 3 operations. And they opened her up, and they couldn't close her up. They kept her open, and they put a sheet of plastic on her with a vacuum pump, sucking this stuff out and open. And I actually saw what it looks like under there. It looks like a piece of meat at a butcher shop. It's just what the stomach looks like. And they finally, make it, speed it up a little bit. They finally got it all closed up, healed up, and then every once in a while it opens up. It opened up in different parts of her body, would open up, and little pieces of her stomach would come out, and they would have to sew them up. And it was in and out of the hospital. And while this was happening, she had a problem with her knees, and she needed both knees replaced and both hips. So all this was going on, the hips and the knees, and she kept on teaching and working at her job and everything. She did everything. But it was in and out operations, and finally the last time she got an attack of this, we brought her in the hospital, and she couldn't survive it, and it killed her. And that was 4 years ago when it finally killed her. But it was a horrible, horrible thing. Was in and out of the hospital and the nursing homes. But she was a trooper. She'd get well and go in and teach and do things with her kids. Her grandchildren. And she went on until she couldn't take it anymore. When she died, poor girl, she was full of tubes. Had tubes coming out of her mouth and her nose and all over the place. And it was like a increasing disease. But she fought it as hard as she could. That was a tough part of our lives. Tough for me. I was, the first 2 years that she was gone, I was a basket case. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to be with my kids. I didn't want to do nothing. And I had gone to Fairmont Temple. So every Friday night I would go there to say Kaddish. And it wasn't but about maybe 2 months after she died, I'm at Fairmont Temple, and a woman came up to me who I knew her husband, knew her, and knew her for years. And she had been a widow twice. 2 of her husbands died on her, rather tragically. And she came up, she says, I know what you're going through. She says, how are you doing? I says, no, I'm doing. She said, well, listen, if you ever feel like you want to talk to somebody, just talk. Nothing more than that. Just talk. You can give me a call. Love to go out for coffee with you. We can, we're friends. We've known each other a long time. We're friends. Let's do it. Fine. So I started going to Fairmont Temple every Friday night, and she was there. She used to come by herself. Then I started picking her up. And I would pick her up for services. And then we go out a little bit, go out to dinner. She belonged to a dinner club, so I went to her dinner club. And when I got the apartment here, she came over and helped me with the apartment. And let's see, last night we went to Red Lobster. And tonight, what did she say she was doing? She's doing something for dinner tonight. And tomorrow night, we'll watch services on the Zoom. And we've been to Cape Cod together. We've been to Florida. Let's see. I think we've been to Florida 3 times. Been to Florida. Now we're talking about going to Israel. She's very much a Zionist. Her father worked for the state of Israel. he was a representative for Histadrut, which is the Israel Labor Organization in America. And her family is very Israel-oriented. So we have a lot to talk about. We always talk about Israel and everything.
What's her name?
Judy.
Judy.
She goes under her married name from her first marriage, Judy Solonche, Solonche. Then she was married to Sam Richmond, who Sam was an old friend of mine. It's funny. I went to Israel with Sam, with her second husband. I went to Israel and to England with him.
Did Sue know her?
Huh?
Did Sue know her?
Oh yeah, they went to school together. Went to high school together.
So she knew her. Did she like her?
Yeah. Well, I think I have this mystical feeling that she was sent by Sue
Put together.
because she loves Israel. She likes going to temple. She likes this and that, things that I like. And I picture Sue sitting down and saying, well, if I were to pick a wife or a girlfriend for Nathan, what would I pick? And this girl fits the mold.
What are the plans? What is the future plans for her?
Just friends.
Has there been any discussion?
Yeah, but I'm sticking with it. I had one love for life, and that's it. And I told her that. She understands that. However, we can be very close and do things together. I may change down the line. I would say this is 2021. Only within the last 6 months have I really started to come out of the slump from being a widower. 3.5 years I grieved greatly. I went to the cemetery every Sunday morning. I went to the cemetery and brought flowers for her. I rarely missed a Sunday. I would go there with her. And now I'm working on getting all my plans made with Berkowitz Cumin of how I want. Well, of course, I'll be buried next to her, but I want to be buried in either khaki pants or blue jeans and a polo shirt. I want to be comfortable. You're not sticking me in the ground in a suit.
What are the plans? Do you have plans? Since you brought it up, don't feel.
Do I have plans?
Morbid. What are your plans for? Do you have more specific desires for a funeral or how things?
Oh yeah, it's going to start 10 minutes late because I'm always late. So I'm going to tell them I want to start 10 minutes late. But other than that, I don't care. Smokey wants to sing a song at my funeral. Told him no. But yeah, if he does it, he does it. Whatever makes him happy, that's fine. And whatever they want to do, if they want to come there to the grave, fine. If they don't want to come there, that's okay too. I pay a fee. It was what they call perpetual care. They're going to take care of the grave forever. What's the difference? I don't know the difference. Worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. Whatever happens.
So
but my plan is, one of the reasons I got a 2-bedroom apartment was I was still doing work up until just a few months ago. So I have a second bedroom here, which is an office. So there's a bedroom here and a bathroom over there. Instead of going to an old folks' home, I would like to hire a nurse and move her in. Move a nurse in there to take care of me. So I will probably die here. Yeah, and my long-term care insurance covers help in the house. They pay a portion of it, not my estate will pay the rest. But I don't think I want to go into an old folks' home. Although I looked at them before I moved here. I looked at Myers, Wiggins. I looked at a couple of Gentile places. Right now, I volunteer every Friday. Judy and I volunteer at the Greens of Lyndhurst. We put on a pre-Shabbat service. We put on a Friday afternoon service for Shabbos. There's 4 or 5 Jewish residents there, and we do it for them. We serve challah bread and gefilte fish and wine, and we volunteer there. Sue was doing it with me. I've been doing it for years now. So Judy comes there and she helps me with it.
What do you? Let's look into the future. What are you looking forward to? Things you still want to do. What are you looking forward to?
Someday, I would love to take the Viking River cruise down the Danube River. I would like to go to Vienna and Budapest. Why? Because when I got involved with Israel, one of the things that I got involved in was the life of Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of modern political Zionism. And Herzl was born in Budapest, but lived in Vienna, and I would like to follow the footsteps of Herzl. I've been to all the Herzl memorials in Israel, although Herzl was only in Israel one time for a week, less than a week, for a few days. And I've been to the places where Herzl was in Israel. I've been to Herzl's grave in Israel. Herzl was brought from Vienna to Israel in 1949 and is buried there with his wife and family. But he died in 1904. And I do a skit where I imitate Herzl. And I'm doing it in a couple of weeks for the Naamat women on Zoom. And I dress up as Herzl. I have a whole Herzl costume in the other room that I do. I also impersonate a rabbi who was at Fairmont Temple. In addition to that, I love the city of Cleveland. I belong to an association of Jewish. It's Jewish. We're involved with Historic Jewish Cleveland, and I meet with a couple of guys who are historians, and I am considered a Cleveland historian. I've given lectures on the history of Jewish Cleveland. I impersonate a rabbi who was here from 1876 till 1912. He was. I'm looking forward to relaxing and just living out my life. I'll be 84 this year. I figure I probably have I hope I have 16 years. I'd sort of like to see what it's like to be 100, but yes and no. And I'm anxious to see my grandchildren, what they'll have. I spend a lot of time concerned with my grandchildren. I have 3 grandsons. I'm sorry, I have 2 grandsons. What did I say, 3? I have 3 sons, but 2 grandsons, and they are both magnificent. My youngest is Ryan, and Ryan is, 22 or 23? He's a sophomore at Miami University, and he is a Sammy at Miami, which makes me especially proud that he's at my alma mater and at my fraternity. But it's not my fraternity, it's now his fraternity. And he's doing very well. He was on the dean's list, which means he got 3.8 out of a 4-point system on his grades last year. And he's doing very well in school. His ambition at this point, he really doesn't know what he wants to do. He's thinking maybe want to get into retailing or something, some sort of business. But he's also very interested in the machinery business. The last couple summers, he worked with his father in the used machinery business, and he found it very fascinating. So who knows? Maybe Ryan will someday wind up in that business. It would be nice. He would be 6th generation, I think. Yeah, he'd be 6th generation in the machinery business. My other grandson is Brandon. Brandon is 23, and I think he's 23 or 24. Brandon is a genius. He's on the president's list, which is the top 3% of the university. He is pre-med. He wants to be a doctor of some sort. He's not sure whether he wants to be a practicing physician or whether he wants to do research. But whatever he does, he'll do good. And he is the most handsome kid. Of course, Ryan is handsome too. Ryan is handsome in a classic way. Brandon is just, well, Judy says he's gorgeous. She thinks he's the most gorgeous thing she ever saw. We just love seeing him. And a very sweet child calls me up and, hi, Papa. Oh, I melt. Well, Brian calls me like that too, and they're wonderful kids. So they both are at Miami University. Brandon is taking a postgraduate course before he goes to graduate school, and he's not sure whether he's going to go to medical school or just become a PhD. He's just not sure yet, but he has time to figure that out. And, he's looking forward to going to Israel. In fact, right now he's dating an Israeli. He has an Israeli girlfriend, and she's from Rehovot, which I know where that is. And I think that's nice. That's rather neat. And what an experience that would be for me to go to Israel and find my grandchildren living there and see my grandchildren living in Israel. That would be a nice experience, except that I don't want to have them gone from their parents and everybody else for most of a year, you know. When you live in Israel, you can't come home every other weekend like you can in America. But what else do I want? What do I want in life? Well, I lead a pretty good life here. I sleep till 10 o'clock every day, except when I got to get up and meet with my old friend Scott here. And I got to get up a little earlier in the morning. But other than that, I sleep late. I exercise 3 days a week. I go to Peter B. Lewis Exercise Center over here on Cedar Road, and I work out. In fact, when we're through today, I'm going to go work out a little bit. Try to keep myself fit, and hopefully I'll make one or two, well, I should say two, one more trip to Israel. I would like to go to a few places. If I can make that trip down the Danube River, then my life would be complete. If the good Lord came to me tomorrow and said, that's it, you're through, you got no more, come with me, I would say, I'm ready to go because I've had a wonderful life, done everything I wanted to do. It's been fun. I know what it's like to struggle, have heartache. I know what it's like to work hard, and I know what it's like to have fun. I've had a lot of fun. I've visited a lot of places, been all over the world. Well, I shouldn't say all over the world, never been to the Far East, but been to Alaska, Hawaii, and been all over Europe. Some people go to Europe, they go there for a vacation. I went with my wife. We went for a real vacation. We went to Holocaust sites. We spent every day, every afternoon going into death camps. So, because she was teaching Holocaust, we went to Europe, and we're at 4 or 5 concentration camps and saw a lot of what Hitler had done over there. Poo-poo. Terrible. What else do I want to do? I don't know.
Okay, so then here's my final.
What do I wish for each of my sons? For Seth, I wish the fulfillment of all his desires, some satisfaction in life that he's achieved something, because he has the ability to achieve anything. And I would like to see him be comfortable. And now this is a selfish thing. I sort of like to see him have a woman, but he's happy without, and so be it. Just be happy and do the things he wants to do and achieve some recognition in life that he is something, because he really is something. He's very intelligent, very worthwhile person, and a very loving person. And I wish only the best for him. For Smokey, I hope he finds some fulfillment in what he's doing. He's constantly searching for something in show business, and I don't think he's really suited for that. He's also searching to show something in the nursing home career, and he's very good in his career which I can say for all three of my sons, they're all at least trying, they're striving to be good in their careers. And Smokey, we one time thought that, gee, it would be nice if Smokey bought that nursing home that he works for down there. But I don't think he'd be happy with all the mundane things that you have to do, keeping books and some of the routine stuff. I think he's happy entertaining and socializing with the older people, having fun with them, and get his satisfaction out of that, and just have some fun with his life. And he sure knows how to seek it out, because he goes to places and figures out how to have fun. John, I hope that John enjoys what he does for a living. He seems to. I would like to see him gain some good serenity within his industry, within his business. He seems to have a wonderful married life. He married a wonderful woman. Margie is very, very suited for him. They make a wonderful couple. They're terrific pair, and they seem like they're happy together. And I wish that for the two of them, that they be happy, and that they do things, and they whatever their secret desires are. I don't know if they really like to travel, or whether they like to be at places or just play golf. Whatever they like to do, I like to see them have fun. The most important thing for all three of them is to have faith in themselves and enjoy life, enjoy experiences, enjoy their children, enjoy whatever Ryan and Brandon will bring into the Arnold fold, which I'm looking forward to as being very exciting. I'm sure that they will both expand the Arnold clan in a wonderful way. And for myself, so I live it out, and that's it. Been a pleasure.